Download the My Hingham app today and report issues and get information on town government with ease. Available on the App Store and Google Play. You can submit service requests or gain information with just a few taps on your phone. Using the My Hingham app puts immediate access to town resources in the palm of your hand, including calendars of meetings and events, agendas for upcoming meetings, building permit filing options, online bill payment options, and info about our boards, committees, departments, and services. For more information, please scan the QR code on your screen.
Good evening, everyone. This meeting of the Select Board is called to order on March 3rd, 2026 at 6:06 p.m. This meeting is being held in person and/or remotely as an alternate means of public access pursuant to Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2025 and all other applicable laws temporarily amending certain provisions of the open meeting law. You are hereby advised that this meeting and all communications during this meeting may be recorded by the Town of Hingham in accordance with the open meeting law. If any participant wishes to record this meeting, please notify the chair at the start of the meeting in accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 20F, so that the chair may inform all other participants of said recording. Is anyone else recording the meeting this evening? Seeing none, I will note for the record, Bill Ramsey is joining us remotely, Select Board Member Julie Straley is present, and myself, Liz Klein, are acting as chair. The School Committee and Capital Outlay Committee like to call to order? In AdCom, sorry. Do you want to start, Carol?
Sure. Calling the AdCom meeting to order and adopting the language just read by Ms. Klein.
School Committee?
Thank you. I will call the school committee to order, and I am joined by my colleagues, John Mooney, Carrie Nee, Allie Anderson, Michelle Ayer, and then online I have Tim Miller-Dempsey, and I don't see Matt Cosman on yet, but he should be joining us, and I adopt the language as read by the chair. Thank you.
Excellent. Capital Outlay?
Sure. Calling Capital Outlay Committee meeting to order. Joined here with George Danis. Lindsay Cruiser's not online, and we will adopt the language previously read as well.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you all for being here. Next on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. If you're willing and able, please stand and face our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Next on the agenda is approval of minutes. I don't believe we have any minutes this evening. Next on the agenda is joint session with the Capital Outlay Committee, Advisory Committee, and School Committee to discuss the FY27 Capital Outlay Committee recommendations. Mike?
Thank you very much, Liz.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. For those of you who I haven't had, is that better? All right, a chance to meet yet. My name is Mike Donovan. I'm the chair of the Capital Outlay Committee again this year. This is my 6th year on the committee over the last 8. And we had a great committee this year. We welcomed Dave to the team, and we had veterans Steve, George, and Lindsay. I think one of the great things about the experience our committee has is sort of the diversity of thought, sort of perspective in various town roles have held, and we really had robust discussions with our department heads, staff, to really come up with, I think, what is going to be a good recommendation. The numbers, we'll walk through them, but the process, I think, was once again pretty robust. I do want to give a special shout out to Katie Dugan for stepping in and ramping up after the season started. She's been an invaluable member of our team and certainly made the process go smoothly. Just on slide 3, want to reiterate what our charge is. Again, our goal is to provide the town sort of, the funding requests that we reasonably will see over the next 5 years. It's to allocate funding, which is not limited to tax levy, and we'll talk a little bit more about that as we go through. But in ideal state, we'd love to have a 5-year forecast that reduces the volatility in our yearly spend and can give the citizens sort of a good view of the needs that are upcoming, as well as has the ability to evaluate all the projects pretty fairly and make trade-offs when necessary. So, we've continued to, I think, improve that process over the last number of years. And one of the ways that we've done that is using the ClearGov budgeting software. So you can go to the next slide, please, Katie. A couple years ago, we sort of transitioned from paper spreadsheets and photos to an online system across all the departments. This has had really good benefits for, I think, our departments as well as our committee for tracking requests from year to year and looking at the variances and what's changed. It provides good documentation for quotes and sort of supporting documents to help us make the determinations on projects that we think are valuable to invest in. It also is pretty intuitive for users and is open for the public to take a look at as well. So it's a great tool that the departments did a lot of work on the last couple years, and I think we've really started to see some of that benefit and ease this year in the process. Just for a quick rundown of how we sort of evaluated the requests, the department heads and their staff sort of put together their capital needs for the 5 years. A lot of that is refining some of the prior year work in the system, which hopefully has improved and made it a little easier to pull together. We get an opportunity to meet with each of the departments and hear from them on sort of the projects in flight, what's going well, what sort of some of the opportunities from a capital perspective that they're identifying. We do that in person. We've had the opportunity to have meetings this year, again, at the DPW, at the new public safety facility, which was great. We also were at Weir River Water Treatment Plant, as well as the fire station. So great time to sort of see the assets that we're being asked to evaluate. And it gives a good perspective, especially when you see some of the machinery or systems that you may not be as familiar with on a day-to-day basis. So then we follow up with the requests. I unfortunately ask a lot of those, so I do apologize to the department heads, but thank you for answering them. It does give us good insight into helping make trade-offs. And this year, most projects we were able to move them forward. So just, we'll talk about the numbers, but across all departments, we're able to fund most of the identified needs across all departments, which is great. And I think as we start talking about the numbers, it's important to realize we're actually being able to deliver on what the departments are identifying as their top needs. When we get to schools, I just want to give a shout out to Aisha. She goes and individually ranks each project on sort of a top tier 1, 2, 3, which gives us a lot of insight into how we can make sure the schools are getting their top projects funded from this process. So thank you, Aisha, for that. We then go to deliberations as a team. We sort of look and try to rank the projects as we see them as sort of a necessary and a want and maybe something that could get deferred to a future year. Again, we aim to fund as many sort of top priorities as possible, but the bottom line is the department needs sort of outweigh our traditional funding options, which in the past have been limited to the tax levy. Last year, we did recommend a warrant article to leverage some unassigned fund balance to purchase some deferred assets for the town, mainly in DPW, and the transfer station, which was great. I'm sure everyone benefited from those purchases in the past storm. But again, we're in a similar position this year, so we'll sort of talk through what our ultimate recommendation is. So any questions before I move on? Okay, so just wanted to share the criteria that our committee in the past and again this year used to evaluate projects. Obviously, safety is paramount. So as we think about items that put the citizens or our town employees at risk, those are sort of top priority. Obviously, if a capital item's broken, needs to be replaced. Core items to mission, so thinking about fire and police, replacement some of the things they need to do their jobs effectively and down on the line. So it's a pretty clear criteria. In the past, we've certainly looked at green initiatives and funding projects on the ADA that didn't come up this year, but it is a criteria that we use for that. So, and just one note, the threshold has increased to $15,000 for our sort of evaluation. That is up from $5,000 when I first joined the committee 8 years ago. So just for some perspective, we have tried to keep up with the rising costs of inflation and projects. Okay, so what's working? I thought before we get into the numbers, it'd be good to sort of reflect on sort of the process and what's working, and sort of where we can maybe operate better and more efficiently in the future. The first thing I want to highlight is sort of excellence in execution on last year's purchases. So last year, as I mentioned, we did suggest a warrant article using unassigned fund balances to purchase deferred assets. Ashley and her team did a great job and actually were able to purchase everything they needed for under with the approved amount, and therefore were able to buy a couple more deferred vehicles. So I think just really want to highlight their great effort there and really making that sort of extraordinary warrant article, give us a lot of return for that work that we did. Chief Jones was able to get more on his vehicle turnbacks. I think this is really important when we think about the frequency that the team there is returning in vehicles, and as we're able to get more on the turnbacks, we're able to turn around and invest that savings back into additional vehicles, so we're able to buy a motorcycle in this fiscal year and reduce this current fiscal year, upcoming one's ask there. So great job by the team there. Payment flexibility, so one of the asks for the police this year, they need to replace their tasers, so less lethal option that they need to do their job. They're end of life, every 5 years they need to be replaced. But Chief Jones's team was able to secure a favorable payment plan, sort of spreading out the payments over 5 years, reducing the amount that we need to pay up front and allowing us to fund additional projects in this fiscal year. So a great job by Chief Jones and his team. Grant requests, Ken continues to do a great job searching out for applying and getting grants for the harbor and its operations. And so one of the things we're going to be recommending and considered this year was a matching grant for some boats, like a new boat there for him. But he continues to do a great job on grants. And as you can see, he didn't have any requests last year because he was able to use grant money. So want to highlight that work there. Out year spending projections. So one of the things we'll talk about is sort of really the need to sort of think about getting future years spending projections as close to possible. And I think one of the things that has been a sort of a highlight there is the harbor dredging number. It's been $10 million. It's, on the calendar, I think for fiscal '29, it's been there for a number of years. Obviously we expect that to come in a bit under, but one of the benefits of having it on the future out year spending is it's not going to pop up in a current fiscal year request as a surprise, and we can certainly leverage the software to think about the best way to fund that. So I think that's a highlight. And then again, Katie and her team working with the MSBA to get into the accelerated rehab program is great. Obviously, there's some large projects that need to be worked on, but that work will hopefully pay dividends going so forward. So thank you for all that work getting us in there. So now thinking towards the future, a couple years ago, the town set up the Capital Stabilization Fund specifically to be the beneficiary of asset sales of the town. In the past couple of years, it's been small, but we've been able to leverage that for some projects here and there. Looking forward, I know there's a couple warrant articles that potentially will be voted on this year that could look at selling some properties that would go into the Capital Stabilization Fund. Again, as I highlighted earlier, department needs sort of outstrip our current funding sources, so thinking towards the future, it's a great opportunity to think about some additional flexibility for project funding. One of the challenges our committee has seen, and I think departments have shared with us, is sort of how to evaluate a project in 3 years that we don't know the total cost of, but we have a reasonable estimate. And do we want to think about putting a number on a piece of paper that's going to stick out there and anchor, and then how to adjust that going forward? So I think as a town and departments, we just need to get comfortable with how we think about future pricing uncertainty, because obviously we want to reduce the volatility. If a project's going to cost 10 to 15 million, how do we want to account for that? We should be willing to put a number on the page so that folks in the town understand what's coming down the horizon. Obviously, no one's going to be perfect 3 years out, but not putting a number there or shying away from being honest with ourselves doesn't really do anything when the bill comes due. And the last thing I think we want to think about, obviously our committee has seen more requests come in the last number of years, projects getting pulled to go to other avenues for funding. I call it venue shopping. We had some presentations earlier this year that were then withdrawn. because there are other avenues to fund those projects. I want to think about the most effective way for the town to evaluate all projects. And I know last year, we sort of had a warrant article later in the game, but I think it helped get projects funded that really needed to get funded and probably wouldn't have been otherwise. So as we think about future processes, how do we make sure that all projects have the same opportunity to be funded regardless of funding source? So just a couple thoughts on this year's process. And George, I don't know if you want to add anything. We're going. No? Okay. So we'll go to the numbers next. So the graph here I'm showing, I just wanted to sort of set the stage on sort of some of the volatility reduction we're trying to talk about for future years, as well as the numbers for our current 5-year forecast based on department submissions as of yesterday. So in the green, I just put last year's sort of reported numbers for the fiscal year when we went through this exercise. So as you can see, fiscal 28 last year is pretty much tracking to what we think it's going to be this year. Ideally, that's the goal, and we sort of minimize some of those step function changes that we're seeing currently in this year, and there's some, obviously, drivers of that. But we do like to monitor that to try to think about, can we challenge ourselves to be better at forecasting and help us get a good sense of what's actually coming down the pike in the future. So the 97.4 is a gross number. It doesn't include the program impacts from MSBA. So I think when you net that out, it'd be like 36 instead of the 52.6. So that number will come down in the future, but as we stand here today, that's what we're reporting out. So any questions on that, or? Okay. So I think the out years, again, I think we're doing a great job. The budgeting software is helping us get better at that, but we just want to continue to try to improve there. Okay, so for funding requests, I just want to share sort of, department requests, where they came in. So education, so I've got the departments listed, last year's requests that were funded via Article 6, as well as the unassigned fund balance warrant article, and then this year's fiscal 27 requests, and sort of highlighting the year-over-year change. A couple things to note. Town hall's number went down, but they did have the paving work that was done with the warrant article last year, so when excluding that, it's about on level. When you look at public works and transfer, when you net those together, they're pretty much flat. Police down a touch as well, and fire. So again, the Chief Jones and Chief Murphy done a really good job of presenting us with their needs and thinking about how we can be efficient as possible in purchasing there. So it's great. Bear Cove Park, we'll talk about a project that we're able to fund there, but we're really excited that we're able to get one of their projects funded this year. And then the library number excludes the chiller, which is in a warrant article already, but again, I think pretty level spending. And on the education side, obviously, there's a couple big projects in there that we'll talk about, the life safety at the high school, East ERUs, as well as a number of their tier 1, 2, and 3 projects. So I think there's stuff that needs to get done there, and we'll talk about how we fund that. So any questions on department requests? And it does exclude the borrowing request as well, as noted below. No? Okay. So as we go to what we actually funded on the next slide, I think the thing I want to call out here is we're able to fund all departments' #1 priority requests for the second year row, which is great. And so, as you look at the numbers and the percent of the funds requested, I just want to call out a couple highlights there. So the police is showing at 65.9. That's solely due to the fact that we're able to spread out the payments for the tasers, so we're able to fund all their projects. When they originally put the requested amount in, we didn't know that was an option, so just want to call that out. The Harbor Master, that 300,000 is coming from some of the Waterways Fund, as well as the capital tax levy option. The Bear Cove Park, it's the first time in my 6 years on this committee we've been funding a project in Bear Cove Park. We're putting some electricity into the dock house there, and I think that'll be great for helping continue to grow that asset for the town. That's all for that. So any questions on the allocation, or we can talk about any specific projects, if anyone has a question. Carol?
Can you just explain a little more what you meant on the police, like, when you say?
Please speak into the microphone.
Yeah, sorry. I'm sorry, can you just explain a little bit more what you meant on the police? Does that mean that some of it's going to actually fall into next year? or-
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's almost not, and there's no interest or whatever, they're just allowing us to sort of a lease payment schedule. We did look into what happens if, for whatever reason, it can't be funded, and there's, contract language allows us to get out of that. But we're able to fund all their projects, the number just is reflecting lower. Sorry if I wasn't clear, apologize. Okay. Okay, so moving over to I think the more, now it's becoming the new norm of projects that need funding in excess of our traditional sources. So I know there's already an existing warrant article for the library chiller, as well as extraordinary repairs at the schools. But we did, our committee, in addition, heard a number of projects that we haven't sort of allocated funds for out of a tax levy, capital stabilization, and the waterways funds, that I wanted to share our views on and ask you to consider funding out of unassigned fund balance, and specifically the high school life safety system and the East ERU. So I know the high school life safety system, Matt and his team last year, they've outlined all these projects in all the buildings, this wasn't on there, and I think we asked, well, why not? And the system failed. And talking to Chief Murphy yesterday, there's the systems that, control not only the, alarm systems at the high school, but, chillers and stuff are getting more complex, and when they fail, there's not an option to just sort of, replace one small piece. It's sort of an all or none. And so when we think about, needs for occupancy and the high schools, obviously one of a kind from a building perspective, this isn't a project that we can't afford not to fund this year. Talking to Chief Murphy, there's other buildings in town that probably could find themselves in a similar situation with subsystems failing and needing costly repairs to just, maintain their functionality in the town. And so when we think about high school, obviously there's other work being done, but if we don't address this as a town, it could render the building unable to be used. So I think from that perspective, I know Matt's been working with the fire inspector on sort of, why this needs to get done. And our committee was really, strongly recommending that the select board consider funding this through unassigned fund balance. Just given the size of the project, we don't have the resources to fund it from our traditional sources. So any questions on that before we move into East ERU? No? Okay. And so again, the East ERU system, this has been on our radar for the past couple years, but in a 3-year sort of scaled project work. And just, Matt, we've had a number of conversations about this and sort of the immediacy and the need to fix this to keep the school operational and get the kids in the classroom and learning really can't be really delayed or scheduled out over a number of years. So this is another project that has been on our radar, is being accelerated just given sort of the disrepair of the systems, and is a project that we can't. It's not feasible or really realistic to spread it out, and we need to fund it sort of in a single fiscal year. So we're asking for that to be included in a unassigned fund balance warrant article as well. So whether that's an increase to the current Article S or a secondary one, those are two projects that our committee feels need to be funded in order for the town to properly be taking care of its buildings for those two schools. So. Questions? Okay. We did list some vehicles, again, that were more needs from departments that, if, as, and when there's available funds, would be greatly appreciated by those departments, but didn't rise to the level of sort of mission critical safety issues for those other two projects. So next slide. So just sort of summarizing sort of all the spending of the $97 million. Majority of it will be borrowing. Again, this is a gross number, not net of MSBA. But those will be voted on by the town, either at annual town meeting or special town meeting, as it's determined. This is the second year in a row that our committee is recommending spending in excess of tax levy in stabilization fund. Ideally, we won't be in a ongoing loop of projects popping up that we have to dip into fund balance for, nor will we necessarily have that ability to do so in the future. But given where we are and these, projects' critical nature, we feel it's really important the town, fund those. And then just for, impact for, residents and taxpayers, obviously, that's a big borrowing number. So sort of estimate about, $600 a year on a median value home for all that borrowing. Obviously, that will, fluctuate as the numbers come in, but it is less than 10%, sort of the average at the moment. So certainly meaningful, but, I want to try to share that out with the voters as well. Okay. And so one thing I think the town has done a great job of is looking ahead of big projects and sort of getting those numbers out. I just highlighted an opportunity earlier about getting them into ClearGov and sort of just, keeping them updated on a more rolling basis so they reflect as accurate information that we have at the time. So, we're hopefully crossing some of those projects off this year, including the borrowing. I mentioned the dredging earlier, wharf resiliency. Obviously, there's ongoing work there. There's not a number for the South Fire Station solution. So, I think we want to challenge ourselves to think about, what that would be at some point in the future at the right time. And then athletic field work continues to be ongoing and looking to sort of tick off some of the projects on the field survey that was done a number of years ago with the rec department. So that's just the material that we had prepared, and I'd love to take questions if there are any.
Excellent. Thank you, Mike. Thank you to the committee, George, Lindsay, Dave, Steve, and Mike, of course, for your leadership. I know this is a tremendous amount of work, and it's really important for the town, so thank you. Julie, do you want to start?
Oh, sure. Well, I was wondering if you can bring up the last slide in this presentation. There's actually one more after the thank you slide. FY27 expected capital appropriations by department.
Can you bring up the last slide?
14.
Thank you.
I just want to call attention that there's one more slide, because I didn't catch it earlier today, and then I was looking at it again, and I was like, oh, there's more. Just for your information. So I just do have a couple of questions and then a couple of comments. Mike, thank you for the presentation. Thank you to the whole Capital Outlay Committee for your work. I know some of the committee members do double duty as advisory committee members, so thank you for your service. First, I just wanted to ask a question about slide 7 is the 97, you call out there's $97 million proposed for capital in FY27. Can you just, it's sort of explained on the very last slide, sorry, I don't want to keep moving people around, but could you just call out the bigger numbers that you're adding into this $97 million, the larger project?
Yep, so just so I understand, you just want to sort of walk through the total at the bottom there and sort of what's driving that
Yeah.
number? Yep. So on the education side, so there's a number of projects that are being proposed, I guess, or will be proposed. And so those are roof replacement at the high school and roof replacement at South School and a roof replacement at PRS, which I'm sure you saw in the news, probably needs to be done sooner than later, as well as some HVAC work at the high school as well. So as we sort of think about maintaining assets just like you would your home, things need to be replaced and maintained so you continue to use it. But those are the sort of 4 large drivers of the education. In the second line item there, the Center for Active Living, which is up for a vote as well. So that'd be to build the new facility over at Bear Cove Park. I know there's been a lot of conversation on that, but that's another large driver of that. $5 million coming from the water system. That's a self-funded by ratepayers. So that's sort of accounted for in that enterprise fund there. And then the library, in addition to the capital outlay allocation of their 5 projects, there's also the money there for the chiller request, which is sort of a multi-year project. Capital outlay funded that last year for a study to look at the replacement of that at the library, which is, again, key, given that it's a cooling station for the town in the summertime. So those are the large drivers of that 97 total.
Okay. I guess the only comment I have about that list and putting those numbers in is that the roof projects are not included in this town meeting. And I guess it's because you're making an assumption that there'll be a special town meeting in the fall, and that somehow it would fall into FY '27?
Yes, that is our assumption.
Okay. So also, sort of related to that question about calling out those projects, you have in slide 7, sorry, this number, but slide 8, you have under education, the requests are $6.3 million, so a 249% year-over-year change. And so I'm assuming you include in that number of the 6.3 million, the proposed potential warrant articles for the high school alarm system and then the separate extraordinary repairs articles, correct?
No, just the ERU and the life-saving system. The extraordinary articles was not presented to our committee. That was presented separately.
No, I'm sorry, the alarm system at the high school, is that part of the $6.3 million request
Yes.
for education? Okay, so you have that in that number, but under library, you don't have the separate article for the chiller system, and that was proposed separately, but those, part of the 6.3 education article, or request will be 2 separate articles. So I know that the library chiller didn't necessarily come before you, but it is a capital request, right?
Correct, and that's why it's included in there. So that's sort of the process that we highlighted earlier. We probably want to have a similar process for all these projects going forward.
Yep.
Because that didn't actually come to our committee as an item this year.
Right.
Which is why we didn't call it out.
Okay, so you just organized it based on what
Our requests were, yes.
came before you? Okay.
Yep.
So, in a way, you're just looking at the numbers and not understanding that process, or that the process was followed in different ways by different departments. It just
Correct.
skews the numbers a little bit.
Yeah, I guess our committee looks at it as, there should be a process, and so if one is preferred, all departments should follow the similar process on that.
Okay.
Mike, could I add something to
Yep,
that?
sorry, Steve.
So, yes, 8 maybe could have been a little bit more precise, but I guess the point that Mike is trying to make is what the library did this year, we all knew it was coming, but we're trying to avoid having like a race to unassigned fund balance by having other departments say, hey, I can skip capital outlay, go direct to the January 21 deadline for a warrant, give it to select board, have it put in, and skip capital outlay. So we're just trying to get it all, as the bylaw says, in one place.
Okay, and was the chiller on in previous years on the capital
Yep.
outlay schedule?
It was in the plan, yes.
Plan, yeah.
Okay. Okay, and then I just have a couple more, or do you want to go back and forth?
No, you're fine.
Okay, so to that end and about process, I was thinking about what comes to you and when you get to meet with the department heads, and the amounts that are larger than your budget, they fall out, and then they're called out as potentially a separate warrant article. And I'm just wondering if, thinking towards the future, if you have recommendations or thoughts about changing capital outlay and perhaps starting the process more like in November, where you have more runway to do your evaluations of what's being requested, and then potentially all having warrant articles come together by the deadline of January 20th.
Yeah, so we actually started the process this year earlier with the sort of change in assistant town administrators for finance that threw a wrench into sort of resetting the annual sort of schedule for the department heads, but that was our goal. So from last year's experience, we had really aimed to try to present our own article based on all that timing. We just weren't able to execute that this year, given the sort of staff change. And I think, when Katie came in, we were able to get back up to speed, but we certainly were a little hamstrung over here.
Okay, so it's something that you would recommend working towards?
Correct, yes.
Okay, just one more question and then a comment. The financial policy states that we're aiming for spending on capital 3 to 6% of the operating budget. Have you done any calculations about the requests that have come in? We've got the 3.7 million that's in the budget. Well, it's 3.6 plus the 100,000 in the capital stabilization fund, right? Plus the chiller, plus the extraordinary repairs, and then this new alarm system at the high school. I was just wondering if you had done that calculation, or if you had a ballpark about where that fell in that range.
In the total-
for this year, because we're usually in like 3%, maybe 3
Yeah,
or
so
4
last year, we're towards the lower end. So I think if you think about, and I don't have this year's calculation in front of me, so I apologize, but we are about like 3 million short of the upper level. So just add that on to sort of the 3.7 where we are, we get to 6.7. So we have room to sort of be pushing towards the higher end of the 6%. One of the things that we talked about last year's presentation, and I can certainly replicate the slide if you'd like me to, is sort of where we are falling from a future projection standpoint. And sort of as we roll forward projects that we're not able to fund this year, we're probably getting towards that higher end. And I think, if there's the ability to sort of push, migrate from the 3% more towards the 6, we're sort of eliminate some of that backlog. So I don't have the numbers in front of me, I apologize, but there is about $3 million of headroom above where we currently are to get to 6%.
Okay, thank you. So I just want to note that when we had the override in 2023, we added $500,000 to the capital budget and to better maintain the town's infrastructure. And for a long time, there have been calls to better fund our capital. So that infusion of the $500,000 has helped, and so you're doing a good job of being aggressive, trying to pursue what we can possibly do to cut back on the backlog so that we can take care of our buildings and our equipment. And we have an unassigned fund balance that is above the 20% of TAE, which is a healthy amount. It's a very strong financial position to be in, starting around $11 million. So the financial policy is between 16 and 20%, and above the 20 right now is about $11 million. Plus, we have the capital stabilization fund. Like I said, we are putting $100,000 towards it, the capital budget this year, but we have the potential for adding a lot more dollars into that capital stabilization fund by selling surplus real estate and other equipment. So that is, I'm in support of that. So thank you.
Great, thank you, Julie. Well, and thank you for highlighting the process improvements that you're looking to do. I know you referred to it as venue shopping. I think that's an important point, and to Steve's point too, that we do want everyone to follow the same process and make sure that we're evaluating capital projects in the same way. There may be different funding sources, but I think it's important that we have eyes wide open on the process and all of the projects facing the town. So I'll go to Bill Ramsey. Do you have any questions or comments?
I do, thank you. First of all, my apologies for not being there in person. I'm traveling for work this week. I do have a lot of questions and comments. So, Mike, let's go to slide 14 first. I guess, my concern with some of the numbers you're presenting is I don't know what's in these numbers. So, you've got some pretty big numbers for different departments, and I'm wondering, is this a wish list or a needs list? Like, these are big numbers, and you didn't itemize what specifically these departments are asking for. So from the select board perspective, we need to know, what comprise these numbers. But go ahead, I'll let you answer.
Yeah, so we can certainly send out an Excel sheet. Putting in Excel files isn't always as I find clear on a screen, but we can certainly get that to you. So do you have any specific departments you'd like to start with?
Bear Cove Park, 60 grand. What are the Bear Cove Park need 60 grand for?
So that is for power to the Green Dockhouse Museum.
Okay, that's not really a need, I don't think, more of a wish. What about police? What they're looking for? Are the tasers going to cost $524?
So the police request, yep, pull that up. So that, they're asking for body armor, which is a yearly replacement, cruiser radios. The cost of the tasers in totals, $358,000, which is, we're spreading out. They need vehicle replacement. The total for that is $332,000, as well as live fingerprint scan systems. The current ones, they need two, one for licensing and one in the jailhouse for processing individuals who come in.
So the tasers, they have tasers currently on them. This is a taser replacement program?
Yep, so they expire at the end of, or sometime this year, in which they'll be out of warranty, and they won't be able to be fixed. And so that's one of Chief Jones' top requests. They need those, obviously, for less lethal and a deterrent. They need those to do their job.
So the current ones, I'm sorry, did you say the current ones are expiring?
Correct.
Okay. What about the rec department, $343,000? What's that capital need?
Well, that's coming out of community, the CPA funds, so not our committee. But that is
Okay.
for a Plymouth River basketball court. They
So it's coming from
presented that to us and we
CPA,
went through
so, okay. So I think to Julie's point, like, if it's being funded by CPA or even the school project, that's in the future. It's not, to add that number in makes this 97 number look a lot bigger than I think what it actually is. Just go up to slide 14. I'm sorry, slide 12, if you could. Okay, with respect to some of these slides here, I mean, South Hingham Fire Station, man, that's years out. I mean, we're putting a new roof on that building now. That's years out before a South Hingham Fire Station rebuild is even contemplated by the select board. The Hingham Harbor dredging project, I'll go there next. You have 2 to 10. I think the last one was about 2, and that was covered by a grant, as you note. Solar projects, I need to get more information about that. I have no idea what that is. Central Fire HVAC, we identified a federal funding source for that, possibly, just earlier this week. The athletic field and ADA accessibility, that's, it's gonna be probably a fund balance article. It's under $1 million. Harbor wharf walls, that's a popular topic in our community. I speak to JR monthly on the wharf wall resiliency project. He confirmed with me today that that first of 2 wharf walls is about 5 years out. 5 years out. And obviously, we've already talked to Congressman Lynch's office about federal funding for that project. But I even on your 3.7, I'm gonna need for me to support it. I'm really gonna want an itemized picture of what comprises the 3.7. So if you could forward that to me and possibly the select board, that would be appreciated. But I really want to dive into this number. It's awfully large, and I'm concerned that this is more of for some of these items, it might be more of a wish than a need. So we need to dig into that. And my last point is to echo Julie's point is if we could start this process earlier, I think it would be appreciated. We have a deadline for warrant articles of January 20th. So we probably need to have these conversations in the fall. But again, appreciate all your work you're doing. I know there's a lot going on, so thank you.
Yep, and we'll get you the Excel file. Katie can send that out, or I'll send it out after this meeting. Yeah, and so Bill, to your point on needs versus wants, we went through all the line items for everything that departments gave, and we certainly had those discussions. You highlighted tasers, like we talked a lot about to Chief Jones about that because it's a big number. Half of that request amount is for training specifically on the new tasers, and so I think we had a lot of push and pull on sort of what were wants and what were needs. And there's, as I said, there's a lot of requests that we're not able to fund that we've identified as less critical, but we'll certainly get you a list and you can take a look, and if you have questions, let me know.
Thank you. I'd like to see even on your, I guess your budget, the 3.7 that you have, I'd like to look at that too. Just want to dig in deep in terms of, I guess my concern is on that 97 number, I think some of these departments came in and gave you, wishes and things that I think we need to dig into to see if it's really needed, because it's an awfully big number and it's concerning to me, but thank you.
Thanks, Bill. Thank you, Mike. I think the detailed list.
Yeah, we'll get that.
is Great, thank you. Carol, do you want to have AdCom?
I just have a couple of questions. Going back again to that slide This is, people never learn. Just a good example of that. So on the slide 8, this is, nope, yeah, slide 8. The 26 requests, so this is, I guess, almost a little bit, I think it's more about process. Are those the requests that were funded last year in 26?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And then, just as a sort of the practical answer, what if those aren't spent? Does that fall back into your purview the following year? Are they appropriated for the next year? What happens if they don't?
So you're asking like if a, let's just say, I'm gonna take an example, like transfer station at 310 only spent 300,000, purchased all their vehicles, was the other 10?
Yeah.
Gets turned back in and then
Okay.
available for future years.
Okay, great, thank you. And then do you go over that? Do you get a report back
Yep.
that they've been spent or not spent?
Yep, so each department, we sort of start the presentation with sort of where they are in the current, project cycle for the current year. Most of the departments are well on their way. I think the biggest challenge we've seen is just lead time for some of the vehicles. That has improved since COVID in the last couple of years. But, thinking about, the education department, Aisha walked us through all the projects that they currently have ongoing, and Matt, and sort of where those are. And so, are they gonna finish them? Are they already finished? What percent? So we do sort of start each meeting with that. And if there's been a change, they sort of explain, what happened. But most of those are en route there.
That's great. And then the last question I have is on 14. And if I understood you right earlier, the education, the 52 million is the roofs. And
Correct.
that's not net of what I believe, if I got your numbers right, 16 million of the MSBA.
Correct.
Is there a reason it's not net? Are we not sure that's
I didn't
gonna
know from a conservative standpoint, right, if I believe if there is a special town meeting at some point, we'll have to vote on the total number for borrowing and then get reimbursed, and that's what we wanted to present.
Okay, I get that. I guess, and again, following up on Bill's, sometimes maybe a footnote that explains that? Because I get your point on it being over.
Yeah, I mean, it's called out on slide 7, so I can add a footnote to
I just,
future.
yep,
Yep.
great, thank you.
Yep.
Other questions from?
Hi, Mike, thank you so much, and thank you for all the process enhancements that you and the committee have made. I just, on slide 10, I just had 2 follow-up questions on the 2 school articles.
Yeah.
On the life safety, I just wanted to clarify, you mentioned that in talking with Chief Murphy, I guess the question is that where this system has failed at the high school, do we have a sense that there may be other town buildings that are currently in that, in other words, do we have risk with this same thing happening in other buildings right now?
It wasn't really risk, and I just sort of call out in the capital outlay report for last year, we sort of outlined the town needs to do a good job of identifying and capturing sort of the subsystems that are in all these buildings, so we have some thought there, and I think about it as like a septic, like it's not, there's no imminent failure, but if as and when, you do have a failure, it's probably gonna be a similar type process replacement, so you can't just change a smoke out, the systems all communicate to each other, so.
Thank you. And then the other question on the East ERU, you mentioned that this is something that has been kind of bubbling up for a couple of years. East School was only built in 2008, and I guess I'm just thinking that, we're kind of 15 years into a 50-year school, and, I don't know when we build these schools if there are warranties on systems, but it just seems like a pretty big, not saying it's not necessary, but I guess I just wondered, does the town have any recourse for the original installation of this? It seems like something that's pretty big to fail 15 years in, but I'm not an expert on this.
Yeah, I don't know offhand, I don't know, but phone a friend if, Matt, you have any insight there?
In terms of that one, and Matt, you can come here to me as well. That's one of the systems where we know that we've had issues with for a while, and we've had it on the capital outlay schedule for a while, just because we have had issues with that system for a bit as well. And in terms of any recourse, in terms of the warranties, the warranty period has passed for that already, so that's not something that we have the ability to go back on.
Thank you.
Warranties with the new school buildings are typically 1 year. At the new Foster School, it's 2 years. These systems have been slowly building up. Last year that we had some extensive rebuilds on 4 out of the 6 units at the East School. And the reason why we brought it up to the committee is because of the substantial educational disruption. So that's the key point that I use to make sure that we are monitoring our systems. The other one was the high school alarm system. There's been some disruption. So we really need to stay on top of that.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you, Matt. Other questions or comments from AdCom members? Okay, school committee? Questions or comments?
I was just gonna, when we talk, thank you. I was just gonna mention, as we talked earlier, first, thank you for this presentation and all the work you put into this. When we were talking about the MSBA, the 30 to 40% that we expect to get for the roofs and the heat pump project, perhaps we could put that under the other funding sources. I know you put it under, on the first out of that 97 you mentioned other funding sources, but just so people can get an idea of how much we do expect
Yep.
to get back from the MSBA.
Yep, we'll make sure we add that in our report on our proposed funding sources.
Great, thank you. Anybody else? No?
I have one question, just following on what Mary Power was saying. The alarm system at the high school, is there a concern, or is that the same system that's in the other schools?
Not the same age, and in some cases, not the same system. Again, Matt can speak to that.
The South School and the high school were built in the same year. So the South School's system is similar, but not the same. Each school has their own bid process, has their own vendors. The high school's system, the biggest problem is we can't find the sensors, smoke detectors anymore. I bought up as many as I could to make sure that we can be stabilized for the years coming. But we are having difficulty replacing the sensors and systems that are failing because they don't make the products anymore. That's the number one reason. And that's why the fire doors were such a problem. That and the actual alarm box system is also starting to give us a lot of problems as well. But the other schools are actually doing quite well, including South, which might need some upgrades. However, it's not at the same place as the high school.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Bill, go ahead.
Hey, Liz, thanks. Real quick. Yeah, a follow-up question, Mike. Going back to 14 again. Ware River and Sewer are both enterprise funds. Is this, okay, you do have that in there. Yeah, because that's, I think they're both enterprise funds with capital accounts that cover capital needs. Yeah, so I'm not really sure why you chose to include that in the 97 number either. And any idea?
That's been sort of our approach from the committee, to sort of call out all the capital spending in the town.
Okay,
Those are the source
thanks.
there.
Go ahead, Steve.
Sorry that you sat down, Matt, so I'll try to be loud and you don't have to get up. But just in following up on the variety of questions on the Hingham High School fire alarm $1.7 million project, my memory from when you and your colleagues came to Capital Outlay, we asked what the cost would be if we deferred that project for a year. And I think, I don't want to put words in your mouth, I think you said the maintenance repair costs for a year would be about $250,000. Is that fair to say?
That is me with my experience, yes.
Okay.
It would be. That's using the information that we use for the fire doors, which were not necessarily a hardware issue. It was more of a signaling issue with the fire board panel. So it's a programming issue. We
Okay.
spent $80,000 trying to fix that issue. The other one was, if we can't find smoke detectors that we need to replace, we actually have to have them custom built. So that's a stronger expense. That, and I think we discussed, if this is deferred, that we could put a design in place. I can call my mechanical engineer and ask him to start designing the system and really getting those costs fixed, so the board and everybody else is well informed of what the real costs, which would likely be higher.
Thanks. So just to, try to respond to some of the questions about wants versus needs and why capital outlay recommended this project versus deferring it, we do ask questions like, if we defer for a year, what's the cost? And, when we heard $250,000 against a $1.7 million project, it just seemed like a pretty significant out of pocket for a deferral. So that was just the context. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead, Julie.
Quick question about the tasers. You mentioned that, there was mention that there's the buying of the tasers, but also training on the tasers. So I'm just wondering, I've never heard of training as being part of a capital expenditure. So could you elaborate on that?
It's, it's sort of a packaged product that you can't buy the tasers without the training, because it's a new system, and they've got to integrate it into their current stuff. So it's not a training specific, they can't sort of separate the two. It's a package purchase.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments from people in the room, committee and board members?
Can I make a comment?
Sure.
So I just wanted to let everyone know, so if you go back up 2 slides to 12, just the degree to which these, and I know Mike and his team struggled with this, right, is trying to identify what and when and how much and all that. The nebulous nature of timing and outside revenue is important to note. And just to underscore this point, just yesterday, we got notified that we were actually awarded a $1.1 million earmark for the public safety building, which had a portion of which, $250,000, that can be used for harbor resiliency. So it just came in yesterday, and then this afternoon, I heard about another earmark opportunity from the federal government for another round of requests. We're likely to target the central fire HVAC work, so that's on this list. Decent chance, we got it, last time we were presented with the earmark opportunity at the federal level, we got the money. So I would call that a decent chance of getting those funds for the central fire HVAC project. So just want to underscore that we have these lists. Everyone's trying to be proactive with explaining what might come down the pike, but it's important to note that there are realities that come up along the way that put the cost of these of these items outside of the taxpayer on occasion. So I just wanted to make that point.
Excellent. Thank you, Tom. Any other questions or comments from committee members? I do see that. Are there any committee members? No? Okay. I will take public comment. Just a reminder to state your name and address and try to keep it to 2 minutes. Diane DiNapoli? Oh, did we lose her?
Thank you for taking my question. I have a question for Mike. I know you mentioned looking at the 97 total, which it seems like it may be a bit higher when things are itemized out. You mentioned it would be 600 a year. Would it be possible when you kind of re-itemize or add some details to the presentation to get a number for the annual cost for the total borrowing? Does that make sense?
So in like what we currently have, we can probably work, Katie and I can work to try to see if we can get that, but typically we haven't done that.
Okay, I'm sorry, I had a little hard time hearing you. I know, like, for example, online, there's the calculator for the CAL, but I think it would be so helpful for residents to know, let's say borrowing is even 80 million. What will that mean projection for next year? I think would be so helpful to get a sense, so there's no shock or confusion when tax bills come. So thank you.
Do you mind if I answer this?
Sure.
Diane, thank you for the question. I think right now, though, those are projected borrowings. We haven't even got authorization for a bunch of the money that's being allocated there. We don't know, as a result, when and in what tranches the borrowings would be done and what the cost would be in any given year thereafter. We would need to get a lot more information and further down the path before we can reliably make those claims about what the tax impact would definitively be for the entirety of the scope of all these projects
Right.
in any given year.
But like we can do it for the cow, so why wouldn't we be able to sort of do it for other things that are going to happen within the year, most likely the roofs?
So I have
So when-
I have a projected number for the CAL from an OPM. I don't have that for the school roofs, and I don't know what the MSBA balance would be. Bill just listed off a half dozen projects on the total request, the 97 million, that are unlikely to be funded potentially, or could be funded through
Right.
different resources. So that's what I'm saying, Diane. I don't have enough information on all these. I did for the CAL, I don't for the education, which is the bulk of the rest of it, and I don't for, I don't know, at least a half dozen of the rest of these. Yeah, that's right. And the Ware River Water System, for instance, within that 97 million is paid for out of the water bills.
No, I know, I do understand that. That's why I said probably it wouldn't be 97, it might be closer to 80. But even something like 1.7 for the security, that's not a small amount. It's just, those are the numbers that we tend to lose when we're looking at a tax projection. So, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Diane.
Yeah, so the proposal for the fire alarm is for unassigned fund balance, so that wouldn't impact tax levy.
Any other questions or comments from the public? Okay. Come on up to the podium, please.
My name is John Barry, 109 North Street. I'm just trying to reconcile, I was at town meeting last year, and we had, I believe, a line item for $41 million specific to the high school roof. And as I look through this report, I'm still trying to figure out, is that still in motion, the $41 million? Is it out of? I looked at page 12, and there are a couple of hashed out or eliminated line items, the school roofs, high school, 14 million, but it's hashed out. And then the Plymouth River School, 5 million, that's hashed out. And then fiscal 27, 4 million, that's hashed out. So I'm just trying to reconcile what happened with the approval last year of the 41 million. Is that because I was concerned back then because a large component of that was to adopt solar and heat pump systems for the school, which was a huge number relative to just replacing the rubber roof and replacing the rooftop units. I can't from this document understand where we are with all
Yeah,
that.
great question. Katie Dugan's going to take it.
So I'll start, and then I'll pass it over to Katie Roberts. So the $41 million was an estimate for the 3 roofs plus the mechanical repairs to the high school last year. The numbers that are updated in the spreadsheet here, which show the $52.6 million, is the current estimate. The good news is that the schools were accepted into the MSBA Accelerated Repair Program. And as a result, there is MSBA funding that will become available once we complete the design and feasibility portion of that process. If you remember at annual town meeting last year, there were funds appropriated in order to allow us to move forward with the design on all 3 roofs along with the mechanical. So that process is underway. And I'll let Katie and Aisha sort of dive into the details in terms of the timeline of when we're going to get a readout from the specific designs, along with updates in terms of what the costs are, along with a firmer understanding what the actual grant award is, the grant award ranges are probably 30 to 40% of the estimated 52 million right now.
Thank you, Katie. And so just to echo Katie Dugan's excellent explanation, last year at town meeting, the funding that was voted on was strictly for the schematic designs at that point. And again, very grateful for the MSBA funding that we are in the pipeline to receive. However, we are on their timeline in terms of when we are assigned our designer, when we are assigned our project manager. We were just assigned those individuals within the last couple of weeks. We have a meeting with MSBA on March 17th to get a firmer sense of the timeline. Hence, we will not be coming to town meeting this year with warrant articles for the full funding, because until the schematic designs are complete, we won't know truly the feasibility and the full funding for the projects. So we do anticipate perhaps a freestanding town meeting to support these articles for the full
So sometime in
funding.
the fall, a special town meeting is what you're thinking?
That is the hope.
So, and listen, I volunteered for 20-plus years in the town of Hanover in different capacities. I appreciate all what you folks do with your time. And I'm one of those people that shows up one meeting and has questions like this. But when I stood up at town meeting last year, I didn't want to hold up town meeting and try to add or rewrite the warrant article, but I had asked that there be kind of two proposals. One being, let's replace the rubber roof, let's replace the rooftop units, basically as they stand now. Just put a new rubber roof system, put a new gas-fired rooftop units. Can we have a proposal on what that's going to cost? Because the other component is when you apply to the SBA, they kind of ratchet in a bunch of other expectations with respect to heat pump systems, solar. So that's probably part of the $52 million, I assume.
So to be clear, so we did apply for 4 grants through the MSBA: the Plymouth River roof, the South School roof, the high school roof, and as you indicated, the high school heat pump. The MSBA does require, as part of this process, when we're doing our schematics, that we investigate the feasibility of whether any of the roofs will be solar ready, but actually installing solar is not a requirement. But as part of the schematics, investigating whether they're solar ready is part of accepting those funds.
Very good. And the reason I'm chasing it is the delta between what you'd get from the SBA versus what their additional requirements with respect to heat pumps and solar and whatnot. You do the math, you quickly find out that the 30% is probably a wash, or even you're going to make money by not going to the SBA if you just replace the rubber roof in kind with what's there now with traditional gas rooftop units. I just want to make sure that that's being discussed, because the SBA, again, they have requirements that ratchet up the cost to apply the grant. And it sounds like there's options there. You don't have to use the heat pumps, you don't have to use the solar. You're going to have the option of doing that, correct?
So again, we are still early in the process of the schematic designs. In our meeting with MSBA later this month, we'll have a better sense of the timeline. Specifically to the solar, the requirement is that we explore whether the roof is solar ready.
Right.
To be clear, MSBA does not provide additional funding for that installation of solar. So that is not part of the funding.
Perfect. And I had met with the solar subcommittee, and the reason I came tonight is I was back and forth with some emails, and they said that you folks weren't quite sure yet if you're going to be doing the solar, so I just wanted to get an update. So thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Thanks for your
Appreciate it.
engagement.
Thanks for being here, and I remember your comments from town meeting. Katie, can you just speak to the process in terms of what happens next? Obviously, we have a very high-level estimate right now that I'm assuming will be further refined, and is there also a competitive bid process that we can expect more than one estimate?
So part of being in the MSBA program, we actually are accelerated through that bid process. MSBA has already done that work for us. So they have approved vendors for both the schematic designer and our project manager. And so they have already done that work of costing out those estimates. And in terms of the timeline, we were just assigned our designer and project manager. Our 2025 building committee has met really just a couple of times, but things will now accelerate. Now that those individuals have been assigned, it was a bit of a hurry up and wait once we were accepted into the pipeline, but now things will really continue to accelerate. And I will pass it off to Aisha if you have anything to add.
No, I think you said it. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay, well, thank you all for the presentation, the discussion. Lots more to come, and I'm sure we'll all do our due diligence. School committee is staying, I'm assuming. Capital outlay, do you want to adjourn?
Sure. Motion to adjourn capital outlay? Okay, second? Okay, all in favor? Okay, it's 4-0. Thank you very much.
And is AdCom staying? Or you're staying, right? Okay.
Don't go too far.
Be up again.
I was going to go right in. Do we know where to? All right. Yes, okay. Next on the agenda, discussion and possible vote on the 2026 annual town meeting warrant article S, School Department Extraordinary Capital Needs.
You can just do go to the.
Katie and Aisha?
MOU.
Yes, thank you. So we'll just ask if Katie Dugan could pull up the slides.
It was already.
Was that?
I told her where to bookmark it.
Yes, and so we'll head to slide 35, please. Yeah.
So you want me to go immediately to the?
MOU and the,
So Article S, is slide 35. Mhm. Yes, we would like.
does he realize that he's on first?
What's that?
Does he realize where he's on first?
He does probably not realize now.
I was going to say, he does or he doesn't.
I believe he does not. Thank you. Right. We can get started, but would like him here. Hmm? Just waiting for Matt. Matt Meehan stepped out. He didn't realize the order. Exactly, yep.
I should have got that information, sorry about that.
That's okay.
I just assumed that we were going in the same order, you know? That's not him outside chatting, right?
Michelle's out there. She went to go get him.
Yeah, I go into the bathroom and knock on the door.
We could get started.
Yeah, we could probably an introduction.
No order. I'm happy to get started, and he can jump in for the guts of it, so. Well, we're happy to get started, and we'll be joined shortly by our Director of Facilities, Matt Meehan, and you are all familiar with Aisha Opong, our Business Director. And so I'm thrilled tonight to present Article S, our extraordinary repairs, and provide an update on some of the expenses to date this year. Any week that we are in the news is a challenging week, and so as you're aware, last week we had a bit of an adventure at Plymouth River School. Very grateful for all of the work of Matt Meehan during that episode, and also to the leadership team, staff, and students for their flexibility during that disruption. So we have had, if you could proceed to the next slide, Katie. presenting this evening an update on the expenses to date on the extraordinary repair account. As you can see, we have had a significant number of issues at Hingham High School, largely involving our boiler at the high school, and Matt Meehan will present some of the repairs, significant repairs, that he has made on our high school boiler. Additionally, we do continue to have leaks involving the roof at Hingham High, and we will be certainly addressing that as we look to replace that roof. But in the meantime, we're grateful that we do in fact have a member of our staff who is a certified roofer who does some of the repair work in-house, which we are grateful for. And I will turn this over to Matt to provide some additional insight into the high school work, and we'll move on to Plymouth River and South School.
Sure. I'm not sure where we were left off. I'm going to start with recent work, which is the most significant. The high school boiler system and some of the distribution system is where we're really focusing our work on making sure that everything gets up to where it should be. So as you see in the first 3 lines, it says preventative distribution improvements. We added an expansion tank because our pressures were way over the limits of the system itself. That has a lot to do with the boilers, fire tubes failing. And we also have our main fire tubes on our boilers failing as well. So we're really trying to focus on preventing these things from occurring in the future. Right now, we are reactive with our repairs on these systems. We do have kind of 2 categories. One is reactive repairs, and the other one is impactful kind of restoration. So when we do have these large issues, mainly with flooding in the schools, we have to react to them very quickly, and that's where you see water mitigation, removal of carpets, wall damage, etc. Those are the things that are occurring because of the failing systems in the buildings. So that's the second part of using some of the extraordinary fund repairs as well. So the total so far, around $351,975. So, we're getting close to that limit of the 500,000. We still have quite a ways to go through this year, and we still have a couple of projects coming up. Can you go to the next slide, if possible? So we're looking at, these are the things that are in progress. We're trying to add water circulation pumps to the boilers themselves. That will equalize that temperature differential that we believe, including the engineer, is causing the cracking within our systems. We also are looking at trying to make sure that we're mitigating all of the damages that are coming up, and add additional expansion tanks to the high school system as well. A lot of the other stuff that are unknowns are the very recent ones: emergency snow removal at PRS, ice dam removal at South. Ice damming is a roof problem. It is also a cold problem, but is primarily failed roof. And then the impacts, the electrical systems that have to be inspected, the replacement of pipes that burst. Those are all the things that we still don't have invoices for because they just occurred within the last month. So those are going to be coming in as well. I'm going to go back up to the top.
Katie? Keep on going. Keep on going. Keep on going. Okay.
Just wanted to go back and take a look at these boilers. 27 years old, going on 28. They're fire tube boilers. That is natural gas being blown down a large tube, thousands of degrees. Surrounding these tubes is water. The water is the same domestic water that we have fed into all of our households and buildings. It's very cold. So as these boilers lose water, cold water is fed into the systems and it's causing issues. We have 2 very large boilers, 10 million BTUs each. Next slide. and they are starting to feel the fatigue. So at the bottom left-hand corner, you see welds along a large fire tube. That's the big diameter tube in the middle. That's about 3 feet in diameter, where a giant flame goes down and heats up the water. The little tubes are where it kind of backdrafts through and heats up more water so it's more efficient. Those are starting to crack as well. When you crack a tube, it introduces steam into the system. Steam increases pressure, increases air, increases cracking. So we're having this kind of fatigue system moving through our boilers. Mainly boiler number 1 has been repaired 5 times within the last 2 months. Every time you called in a confined welder, it is astronomical costs. Next slide. Some of the repairs that we'll be doing, obviously the boilers, we have pressure surges throughout the building. That's causing pumps to break, coils to break. We are having cold water problems, which means a pump will fail, so the water doesn't move through a system. And then we have frozen RTUs on the roof. Hingham Fire Department helped us out in several of those. We have sealant failures and pump seizing throughout the building. So this is really starting to amp up. This is why we're asking for that very large number and MSBA's assistance. This is a 27-year-old system that has been minimally maintained, properly maintained, but we're starting to see all of these bigger things starting to come together in one, within a very short amount of time, everything's starting to fail. Next slide. So we are starting to try to get ahead of it. We're adding expansion tanks. Expansion tanks help pressure to be lowered no matter what happens. We've discovered through adding a tank that one of them has always been failed. It's been failed for about 10 years. We just didn't know it. So we've really been down to like half of the pressure relief that we should have been. We're checking all of our RTU systems, and we're overhauling the boilers when they come offline at the end of April. So we will be opening them up, having them inspected and repaired to the point where we feel confident that they won't fail through the next season. Next slide. Our engineer we hired mainly because we started to see a lot of these problems reoccurring. We would repair some tubes. Next week, more tubes would break. The fire tubes started failing. And here's some of the comments that he has. Thermal stratification is leading to the stress cracks. So we're starting to try to really narrow down what's going on. The tube failure and multiple repairs really notes that these boilers are totally at the end of their life. We need to start thinking about a temporary boiler system. So we've asked them for numbers and started to think about how we're going to recover, or how we're going to put in to the article, well, we need to have this in place. We need to take this off the shelf. If that boiler fails, we can't close the school. We have no place for these high school students to go. We need to make sure that we have something in place right away. And he's saying it may be best if we don't get into the pipeline and it's accepted to start replacing these boilers on our own. $1 to $3 million a piece. But his recommendation is to really work on repairing the boilers to the point where we don't have to worry about them for 2 or 3 years. Next slide. We talked about the ice dams a little bit. This just kind of visualizes it. Ice dams with a failed roof are very problematic, and they have huge educational disruption. At South, they were really localized. We were lucky to 3 offices because we had a team come in right away once we discovered what was going on and remove all the ice dams. It took them about 4 days to do. But the damage is done. We had to make sure that we rehab the inside of the building, and that's what you see in those lower 3 pictures. is our restoration company rapidly coming in and removing all that water. We do not want water in walls. And if it is in walls, we remove the walls and rebuild them. Next slide. Finally, Plymouth River, we had just slight signs of maybe something occurring. We called an engineer in, and they discovered that the roofs were overloaded, so we had the snow removed right away. We actually had teams in before we called the engineer in to remove the snow right away. We identified that the snow load on the roof was most likely exceeding the pre-1960 design, so I called in Gibson Roofing Company. They showed up a day beforehand, but then we started seeing the issues with the roof. It was totally cleared in 2 days, and the building is completely safe to occupy again. But that's something we have to consider when we think about replacing the roof for PRS. Is the roof safe if we just replace it, or do we need to start thinking about reinforcing that roof? Next slide. The recommendations from Crowley Engineering is to replace a boiler. I'm sorry, number 1 is to correct the boilers. Number 2 is to replace one of them with condensing boilers, which are similar to the ones that are at newer schools, like the middle school. They work quite well, and they're like 98% efficient. The high school boilers right now probably running at 80, 85%. And the third option, he said, and he was pretty completely objective with this, is to go with all-electric air source heat pumps, which is what we are actually going for with the MSBA. So we wanted an independent engineer to take a look at our boiler systems and our distribution systems, and the third option, he said, was maybe think about air-sourced heat pumps. Next slide. So what is forecasted? This is the warrant article that we are proposing. We suggest $770,000, and you can see we need a boiler overhaul, and we need to look at those HVAC units on the roof and make sure that they're sound for the next couple of years while we get the designs in and work through the MSBA process. We do need to consider funding an emergency boiler, which is an 18-wheeler boiler showing up at the high school with plans ready to go with very short notice. My suggestion is to get those plans in place right now, take them off the shelf. If something happens, or if we see that a boiler is going to be going, we can start that work right away without any delay. The boiler costs are pretty high, $12,000 a month. We run them 10 months out of the year, so that's a 1 year's cost, $120,000. That's a typical cost. I've called up a couple of companies. The engineering costs, not only to design the system, but to put it in place and monitor it, $50,000, and then RTU repairs, which would be ongoing, would be another $50,000. Preventative roof repairs, I suggest that we go the preventative route, which is having all 3 roofs inspected and actively repaired before the winter season gets in play. So that we are suggesting another $200,000. Does anybody have any questions?
Thank you. Let me just start with the select board, and then I will pass it over to Steve. So looking at this, so you're estimating the 770 to take us through till town meeting 27?
Yes.
Through next winter is the idea?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And then the single boiler replacement, are you also suggesting doing that design now?
No.
Okay.
My focus would be a temporary boiler system design. And even possibly making sure that our contractors and vendors are ready to procure that equipment immediately. So a temporary boiler is an 18-wheeler that shows up with a picture of a boiler that you see, but we have to pipe it into our system. And that temporary piping means that they have to drill through walls, they have to pump it into a system, they have to ensure that it's exhausted correctly, they have to do a lot of things. I suggest that we get all of that ready. I don't trust boiler number 1 at all anymore. I might after this summer, after we overhaul it, but right now it continuously needs repair every 2 or 3 weeks.
Okay. And if we do that design work that you're describing, what is the downtime in terms of getting the temporary boiler up and running?
If we have a design in place and we have the equipment ready to be procured, and we have a bid out for the temporary boiler, which we would do if this went through, we would put an RFQ out. It would be probably 2 weeks, maybe 3.
Okay. And best case scenario, if we don't need all of this money,
That's
what
right.
happens?
We don't use it, and
Gets
it would,
returned
it
to
would
you.
come back to you.
In the same way that we did for the Foster project.
That's
So
right.
when we had surplus remaining in that account, we turned it back. So we are going to be optimistic that it's on the low end, but you're only as good as your Plan B and your Plan C and perhaps a Plan D. But the intent would be to go with the recommendation of the Crowley engineer, which the recommendation was to repair and modify the existing boiler. And so that is our recommendation. But again, given that we have over 1,000 students in that building and we cannot afford to disrupt their education, we really do feel that we need that Plan B in place as
Understood.
well.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Julie?
Thank you. First question is about Plymouth River School. Thank you for your quick reaction and work on the situation last week. I was wondering, can you help me remember, is the Plymouth, what is before the, proposed for the projects for the 3 school roofs, is Plymouth River School a complete replacement? Is that what's
That's
contemplated?
correct. It would be a complete roof replacement to code, to current day code.
Okay. And what you're saying is that based on what happened last week, would you investigate now through the project design with the OPM about whether the Plymouth River underneath the roof would need any extra work?
Yeah, they will do that anyway to consider solar. So part of that is to look at the structural dynamics of the building and try to figure out, can we put ballast-based solar panels on the roof? We already know they can't, but they would have to suggest a way to reinforce the building to do that. We would most likely suggest that we further that and say, this building's going to be in use for quite some time. We just replaced all the windows and doors. We have an investment in this building. It's a beautiful building. We're going to put a new roof on it. We should probably reinforce the structure, especially the flat roofs, which you cannot see from the roadways. They're actually in the interior of the gables. The building actually is very unique, where there's 2 end gables and then a flat section in between. That's where all the snow piles up. To reinforce the entire building to make sure it's up to code for current snow load standards. Pre-1960 standards, that building was built in 1958, is below 30 PCF. Our current snow load, I believe, is 45 PCF. So quite a difference. It can be done. We just reinforced all the piers in the building this past summer. We have excellent engineers that work with us, and they're suggesting it as well.
Okay, thank you. And then just one other question, rewind in time to last year's town meeting. We have the 5-year capital plan, and looking at the line items for the high school that look sort of related to the boilers, I was wondering, well, there's a line item for projected for FY27 that was mechanical systems replacement for $21 million. Is that part of the project that is now off on its own?
That's correct. So that is looking at replacing the carbon-based system that we have in place with a heat pump system, which is all electrical, similar to Foster. So our engineers, who are mandated by the MSBA, have to investigate three things for heat pump systems. One is air-based, which is basically a giant chiller on the roof or somewhere on the property. Ground-based, just like Foster, which is geothermal, much more reliable system. And then a hybrid system, something in between. So they're really focused on the two systems, air-based and thermal-based, because those two will answer the third question, which is a hybrid system.
Okay, and then there were two other line items. One was boiler assessment and contracts for FY '27. That was $75,000. So is that related to what you're looking at now and dealing with the boilers?
That is correct. That's the high school boiler system. We knew ahead of time that it was starting to struggle, and we wanted an assessment in place, but after these repairs this year, we're well beyond that.
Okay, and then finally, you had boiler replacement, heat bidding and construction. And that was out for FY '29 at $3.6 million.
$3.6 million to replace both boilers with most likely gas-fired condensing boilers. The price has gone up considerably.
Yep.
But the MSBA does not engage in any kind of carbon-based replacements anymore. When we started thinking about the roof and all of the RTUs as well, that started to begin to fail, whether it's a motor or the coils or our chiller at the high school, which is currently running at 60%. We had to reconsider our thinking around just replacing the boilers because $4 million would not address the entire HVAC distribution system or the RTUs or ventilation systems in the building.
Okay, thank you. That's it for my
Great, thank
questions.
you. Bill?
Yeah, great. Thank you, Matt. Thanks for the presentation. First of all, I want to echo Julie's comments about the great work on PRS by the entire school department and the quick reaction to that situation. Thanks very much. And on the slide right here, the Article S slide, very much appreciate the breakdown. This is helpful. But I do have just a quick question. You've got $50,000 for engineering costs, 25 for installation, 25 for design replacement, and then 120 for the actual boiler. So what's the 300,000 include? Aren't some of those items overhaul items?
The 300,000 actually is to repair and overhaul the current boilers in HVAC systems. So as an example, we need to really open up those boilers, really examine, probably have them scanned for cracks and repairs, and overhaul the interior of both of those boilers and start to look at the interaction between the boilers and the distribution system within the main building. Something is causing the pressure increases suddenly, something is causing those fire tubes to crack. We're trying to get ahead of it. Part of that includes the water distribution kind of moving through that system, but we really have to open up those boilers. So that first line item, boiler and HVAC overhaul, is the current boiler situation and how to make sure that the repairs that we do last for the next 2 to 3 years. That's at the recommendation of Crowley Engineering.
And
Okay, so-
Bill, if it is that we get through and we're successful with the first line, hopefully we wouldn't have to get to the third line of the 120,000.
Oh, okay. That's
correct.
helpful, Aisha.
Contingent.
Thank you.
Yes. Yep,
So
that's
if the 300,000 yields positive results on system failure, you wouldn't need the 120?
That's
Exactly.
correct.
Okay, great. Okay, that makes more sense to me. I guess where I was coming from was, why would you put $300,000 into an overhaul of the current system if you were going to put a temporary installation replacement in and then a permanent solution? But that makes sense to me now. Thank you.
Excellent. Carol, I'll pass it over to you. I know Steve had a comment.
Thank you. few questions and comments, I guess, Matt. I appreciate all the work that's gone into this. So in following up on what the last person asked relative to like-for-like kind of replacement, which is a topic that I think is percolating as well among the members of the 2025 School Building Committee. So my question and comment go like this. As I read the Crowley memo, which I didn't get to last night, so I've not memorized it, it offers up three options. One is to replace the two existing boilers and suggest that that's kind of complicated because it's difficult to get the existing ones out of the building. The second option is 5 boilers to replace those 2 boilers. So I presume there would be 5 smaller boilers. And that cost would be $1.5 million to $2 million. And the third is the heat pump. And so I'm going to ask a question, then I'm going to provide some comments, and then I'll shut up. My question is the school considering a like-for-like exchange of the current gas system? If it is, how is it doing that? If it's not, why is it not doing that? And then when you look at the Crowley report, and for those that haven't read it, I would encourage you to actually read it. It's not super easy to understand if you read it quickly, but it does comment that repairing, option 1 in your slide, is a Band-Aid and is only recommended if there's a plan in place to replace the whole system in 2 to 3 years. But he does not, or the writer, I should say, does not come down with a recommendation, that's why I ask people to please read it, a recommendation to go the heat pump route. It just says that if you're going to do the heat pump, then you're going to have to repair over 2 to 3 years. I don't think that the writer is suggesting that the 5-unit replacement is going to take 2 to 3 years, and at $1.5 million to $2 million, plus whatever you would have to add for air conditioning, it's a heck of a lot cheaper than the heat pump. So those are my questions and my comments.
Great questions. And that question has been considered not only with us internally in central office, school building committee. It's an excellent question. And I'm seeking conceptual estimates on what it would cost to replace all 18 RTUs on the building, unit ventilators, heating ventilation units, 2 boilers, and distribution fixes for the building that are outside of MSBA's reimbursement. Because I think it's fair for people to understand this is not just a boiler issue. Those pictures that you saw in the hallway of the hallways being flooded, that's a HVAC issue. And the HV units, heating and ventilation units, and RTUs, ventilation units, on the roof are in just as much distress as the boilers are. So we have to consider not just replacing the boilers, which we could do, and just a little bit of an adjustment, the $1 to $2 million, or I believe he said $1 to $3 million, is for 4 or 5 boilers to replace 1 boiler at the high school. Those boilers are massive. 1 boiler will carry the whole school. They lead lag, so they go back and forth, back and forth. Many times we have to do it manually. So that is a great question, and I think it's well-deserved for taxpayers to understand that costs. Because it could come down to the MSBA might pay 30 or 40% of the total cost of HVAC replacement, which is the entire building, and we need to compare it to something that is just replacing the HVAC system on our own. And I think that's something the MSBA doesn't engage in. We are trying to seek that through vendors that can give us sound conceptual numbers that will be priced for this year, that we can use escalators for in the future.
The only, yeah.
I'll just add one additional clarification that we did ask of the MSBA last week and are awaiting their final response on, and that is, will we jeopardize funding for the high school roof as well if we don't proceed with the HVAC? We don't have a firm answer on that yet, and so that is something we will share first, of course, with the committee and the 2025 building committee as well, as soon as we get that answer, but did want to ensure that we are clear on any consequences of not proceeding with heat pumps.
Right, and then I guess just to add to that as well, just in terms of our engagement with John Coughlin as well too, we don't have, in terms of the warrant article from last year's town meeting, the funding of the article and the schematics is really through MSBA. So we do not have another path in terms of going without MSBA, which will be a challenge for us as well.
Meaning that the funds provided for the schematics were intended for the express purpose of exploring schematics for the purpose of that MSBA path. And so when Matt is discussing getting potential schematics for a full system replacement, that was not included in that funding last year in that warrant article.
So just to keep going on that road is, you know, you said you're kind of like informally getting information. So if that really turned out to be a viable option and it did not, endanger the roof, what would be the track to go down that road? Because it does certainly sound like, you can't wait to next town meeting. So do you think this would be something, when might you have a sense of that? Is it before this town meeting, or what would be sort of next steps if that actually became a viable option?
That's another great question. I think that we would have to look at the conceptual numbers, which are from contractors and vendors and companies that make these systems. And we would most likely have to ask for our own funding for schematic design to make sure those numbers are accurate, and then compare them to the heat pump schematic design. So it would be a separate source of funds that we would have to do. Designing the MSBA, when you design schematic design, it's highly accurate because the OPMs estimate the costs independently from the people who are actually designing the system. And they have to reconcile their numbers before they move forward. So the number that moves forward is a highly or fairly accurate number for the townspeople to vote on as they move forward. A conceptual number from vendors and from manufacturers is highly conservative, most likely, and we would have to get verification of that number somehow.
Thank you, Matt. We're lucky to have your expertise.
Oh.
This is great.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Brian.
Last year, when we voted the schematic design, if my memory is right, and correct me if I'm wrong, we chose to go down the accelerated pathway with MSBA that basically did contemplate the things we would do would be green compliant, however you want to define it. And so it seems to me the critical thing here is the thing that Katie mentioned, is you need to link this in with MSBA to find out whether or not you're obligated.
And we hope to have that answer very soon.
Yeah.
Again, we spoke to a junior person at MSBA, but did want confirmation from a more senior member of MSBA, and I would like it in writing, not simply verbally. So
Because it
we
seems
are
like
waiting
there's
for that.
probably a strong reason to believe that we're obligated to do the high-end option on the added work that came into play this year. If I may not be thinking about it properly.
So I will just add, our first question to them was, would some of the emergency work that we're doing to keep those carbon-based boilers going, would that endanger or jeopardize our MSBA funding? And they assured us that it would not. They understand that we need to keep the building open, and so doing the boiler overhaul or bringing in the emergency boiler replacement would in no way jeopardize our MSBA funding. What we're waiting for is if we are actually replacing the current boilers with similar carbon-based boilers.
All those numbers up top are at best a 2 to 3 year fix, right?
That's the two to 3 year fix, correct, yeah.
That's correct.
To do an apples to apples, sort of on the long run, what's most cost effective, which gets into multiple millions of dollars, seems to me that they could give, it's a fairly binary question whether or not MSBA would allow you to go out of protocol and do a more conventional fix for that boiler replacement or
The MSBA actually
whatnot.
does not engage in any kind of carbon-based
So the answer is
replacement.
probably
The
no.
answer is absolutely no, so that we,
So now you're probably obliged then, my guess. I mean,
we
I'm
have to
not
do
expert in
heat
this.
pumps. They won't even consider boiler replacement anymore. They
Yeah.
won't consider RTU replacement if it's tied to a carbon-based source.
So there's probably $15 million worth of MSBA funding that's at risk if you do anything other than,
We have a question out to a senior MSBA official. She asked a question back. We provided her with a robust amount of information about the work that we've been doing. Our question was, if our boiler fails and we decide to replace it with 4 smaller boilers, a condensing boiler unit, would that jeopardize our funding for the MSBA? And they responded with, we'll get back to you.
Yeah.
We provided them with more information, so we're waiting for that response. But in the meantime, our engineer suggests repairing the boilers before you go ahead and start to replace them.
okay, thank you.
More to come as we get more information
Right.
from the MSBA.
Great. Brenda?
Yeah, my question has more to do with the actual number in this Article S this year. Remembering whatever the article was last year for the Extraordinary Repairs Fund. The idea last year was that, the money left over from Foster could come over, but to put more money into that extraordinary fund, the thinking was, what if another RTU went, because you'd already had one go, and you knew the price tag of those was $500,000, and that would really cut into your maintenance budget. So therefore, the extraordinary fund was put up to be $500,000. I'm a little surprised by some of the things that you are charging to that, because I thought of it as RTU repairs and roof repairs, and obviously you've put all the heating and AC system things into it. But what amount of this stuff would be normally part of your maintenance budget? Because I saw in the budget, you've got 1.9 million being asked for this year. Pulling all of the things related to the high school heating system out feels like kind of not taking an
Right.
appropriate bite out of your maintenance budget.
Right, so just to give you an idea of what has occurred during this year as well, as part of the RTU replacement at South, when we did replace that RTU, we did, as part of that project, find out that the roof itself had been significantly compromised, and part of that roof had to be replaced at South. The total repair for that was $165,000, which part of it came out of the project, part of it came out of one of our revolving funds, which we got permission for from our food service revolving account, and part of it came out of our operating budget as well. So in terms of that, we definitely made sure that we had exhausted the funds that we had for roofs within our operating and capital accounts before putting anything into the extraordinary maintenance account.
And to clarify, because it was over the cafeteria, we could use our food service revolving
was
fund. That
over,
was
yeah.
not generally a fund we could use for some
Right.
repairs.
And that was DESI approved as well, in terms of that repair.
I mean, the challenge, as you know, is to figure out funding this account in addition to the other capital requests for the schools, all out of unassigned fund balance, when we have a lot of other demands on that. So that's the belt tightening that we're all experiencing at this point.
Right, and in terms of those expenses here, Every single one of them relates to HVAC repairs.
Or roof.
And roof repairs. So in terms of being true to what we discussed, I don't think in any way we've diverged from that intent. Okay?
Thank you. I would just like to pick up on both Brian's and Steve's comments. First of all, I agree with Brian and you as well about the criticality of the MSBA question related to the overall funding for the larger set of projects that are being contemplated. Because that seems to, if we really are looking at a much larger project over time, that the impacts of that, the answer to that question are critical. But my question really relates to Steve's comments and you know, we're referencing to the C.A. Crowley report. And the C.A. Crowley report does say that option one is a Band-Aid and that the, you know, you really do have to have a plan to replace everything within 2 to 3 years. And option two, which is the 5 boilers for the one, I'm not the expert, but as I read the words, it says, you know, the 5 boilers can support the needs of the whole school with redundancy and, you know, perhaps be implemented, you know, in the course of the immediate future, you know, this summer, as a matter of fact. So, you know, if the proposed, just reading from the report, if the proposed project, this is the larger, you know, project would not take, you know, if you're not going to replace the boilers, right, within the next 2 to 3 years, the contractor here, or your expert recommends option two during the upcoming heating season. So I just love your thoughts on that. Yeah.
I just wanted to share that, again, that was exclusively focused on the heat source for the building, the boiler. However, it doesn't take into consideration the HVAC system. So the last thing we want to do is put in a beautiful sealed roof and then retroactively have to go in and put those HVAC systems over it. So when we're contemplating kind of a longer-term plan for the high school, not just considering the boilers, but considering those HVAC units as well, the
RTUs.
RTUs, yep.
Okay, and then the other question I had is, I was struck by, I take it there's not a safety concern, because I didn't see the word or hear word safety mentioned at all.
With regard to the boilers
Yeah.
specifically, I will say Matt and his team are checking those boilers every 2 hours. So it's not only cost intensive, but it's labor intensive. So we have a pretty lean team when it comes to maintenance and facilities, and so there's human cost as well to that.
So I guess to me, that would be pretty important. Like if the short-term fix on the boilers actually was a compromise on safety, that would be a concern.
Yeah, that's definitely a concern of ours as well, without a doubt, yeah. And I don't think that we're in any way trying to compromise safety by putting those repairs in place. Yeah, thank you.
Go ahead, Elaine.
Just a small question, really. Is the MSBA consideration a total package? In other words, it's all 3 schools, or are they discrete projects?
So there are 3 separate projects.
They are, okay.
PRS, South, and the high school with the roof and the HVAC system. Some of our questions to the MSBA includes exactly what Katie has indicated before, as well as whether there's an opportunity to split the roof and HVAC and other concerns as well. So we definitely have several questions that we're going to go through with the MSBA at our next meeting in March. And part of those questions have primarily to do with our safety concerns. And well, in terms of some of the issues that we're having, and in terms of trying to make sure that we're addressing those concerns as well.
Yeah, so Jen was just clarifying the point. So one point I wanted to make is that our discussions about the high school, no matter where we go, do not in any way jeopardize Plymouth River and South School funding, so they are in fact separate. However, high school having literally acres of roof is the biggest of the projects. And so just to clarify, when we're discussing HVAC, we're discussing the heat pumps.
Other questions or comments from in the room? No? Okay. Bill, did you want to add anything?
No, I'm good. Thank you, Liz. Good questions, everybody.
Great. Any questions or comments from members of the public? Seeing none, okay. Bill, would love your thoughts on this, but I think my recommendation right now is to delay this vote until our next meeting next Tuesday, so we have more time to digest the report and information shared tonight, as well as review the more detailed breakdown from the Capital Outlay Committee.
You mean on the extraordinary fund request, or definitely the capital vote? I need to see more of that, but.
Yes,
You want-
also
you want
on
to delay this
Article
vote as well?
S. I'd like to review it comprehensively.
Okay, yeah, no problem at all.
Are you comfortable with that, Julie?
I'm comfortable waiting until next week
Okay,
for Article S.
okay, understood. All right, very good. All right, next on the agenda is joint session with School Committee and Advisory Committee, FY27 School Department Budget Presentation. Do people need a 5-minute break here? No? Okay, let's keep going.
Great. Great, thank you, Katie. And if you could proceed to the first slide. We're taking a stretch break. Thank you, Matt. Guess we're taking a stretch break, or is the ad time staying? Is advisory staying? Or no? Okay, great. So this is a stretch break? Okay, yeah. Are we proceeding, or are we waiting? I assume we're waiting for, yeah. All right, great, okay, all right. I was hearing two different things, yeah. Yeah.
We'll take a 5-minute recess.
Terrific.
Meeting to order. Joint session with the School Committee and Advisory Committee to discuss the FY27 School Department Budget Presentation. Katie Roberts,
Great,
Aisha Pong.
thank you, Liz, and I appreciate the opportunity to present the FY27 school budget and discuss the priorities, successes, and challenges of the Hingham Public Schools. So as this graphic here demonstrates, anytime we have a conversation about schools, we are keeping students and children at the core of what we do. So we are charged with developing in our students core academic and social emotional skills, allowing children and students to explore and define their strengths and interests, and it is our charge to launch happy, healthy, and productive members of society. So this is no small feat, and it is very much a community undertaking. So we appreciate the support and financial investments that the town has made in our students, and we take our charge very seriously. So we're eager to continue to evolve and strengthen our program aligned to the goals set in our strategic plan. Thank you, Katie, for the next slide. So in order to support the evolution of our program, our leadership team has identified 6 key areas of focus that relate to our budget priorities. So over the past several years, we have discussed at length our efforts to sustain our multi-tiered system of academic and SEL supports. This is how we meet the diverse needs of students in our schools. It is no secret that we are seeking to strengthen our student services and special education. That has been a major area of focus strategically for the past several years. We continue to seek to implement high-quality curriculum. Over the course of the past 2 years, we've had a laser-like focus on literacy, and for the next 3 years, we will be shifting our focus to math, including a new elementary math program adoption. We continue to look to integrate the portrait of a learner competencies, which are the skills that our students will need to be successful in the world. One of the best investments we can make is in delivering robust and relevant professional development and really investing in our staff. No secret, as we've heard this evening, facilities will be a major area of focus for us, and alongside with that, continuing to enhance and refine our district operations. Thanks, Katie. Next slide. I mentioned in the previous slide, in terms of the academic focus of our budget, we have made investments, significant investments in the past few years in our multi-tiered system of support. Those investments include investments in staffing, schedules, and in our curriculum. So I mentioned that reading and literacy focus that we have had. We are coming off of a multi-year adoption of the new Into Reading program, which is an evidence-based program rooted in the science of reading. And we're thrilled to be next year adopting a new math program called Bridges that is similarly rooted in current best practices. And again, continuing to emphasize those great instructional practices through our MTSS system. Thanks, Katie. Now, as part of our budget preparation, one area that we have invested a significant amount of time is to track our enrollment. So it is no secret that post-pandemic, Hingham, along with other Massachusetts districts, did see an enrollment decline and an exodus to private schools. I'm thrilled to say that based on our recent NESDEC enrollment study, we have achieved a stasis in our enrollment that is also supported by our recent report that we shared with the school committee. We do what's called a school attending report, where we share the number of private school students that we have in town, and that again, that exodus that we saw in during COVID has reached a stasis. So we did not see continued increases in that those private school numbers this year. Based on those factors and other factors such as larger than anticipated kindergarten enrollment last year, increased birth rates in Hingham, the NESDEC group pulls those rates. We are anticipating a modest increase and steady increase over the next several years. And I will note that when you are looking at enrollment projections, it's important to note that DESE only reports for students beginning in grades K, but just wanted to remind the committees that we do have preschool programs housed in our buildings. So when you're looking at an enrollment figure, just make sure you are taking a look as to whether it's referring only to kindergarten and up, or if that is also inclusive of our preschool numbers. So we do have currently projecting 93 students in our Kids in Action preschool and an additional 90 students in our integrated preschool. So adding those roughly 180 students to the total figures you see there. Next slide, Katie. Now, as I mentioned, post-pandemic, we did see an enrollment decline and wanted to clarify that we have, through that process, been kind of right-sizing our staff, and that has been some of the way we have been achieving our balanced budget. So for the elementary, we have, I'm speaking just of general education, we have reduced the number of general education K-5 sections that we have from 91 sections in FY21 to 82 in FY26. These have largely been a matter of what we call efficiencies when there is a retirement. We simply haven't filled it, or if someone is out on leave. But because they have been incremental, we did want to see when we add them all up, there is a significant drop in our staff. Next slide, please, Katie. So again, we have been reducing the number of sections, but we are reaching a point where we are starting to experience some pain points. We have uneven cohort sizes across town. When you do districting of the various neighborhood schools, we will sometimes have a particularly large cohort, at a given grade level. And so we do have a kind of a watch list of some sections that are with some additional move-ins. We are concerned that they will tip over and may have need of adding additional sections. So just a reminder that our current school committee policy has a maximum of 23 students for K and 1. That's fairly standard across Massachusetts districts, and a 25 maximum for grades 2 to 5. Next slide. In the same way that we have reduced general ed sections at the elementary level, we similarly, particularly over the past 3 years of the MOU, have significantly reduced secondary staffing. So at the middle school, we have reduced our total general education staffing by 8.4 FTE and our high school staffing by 17.8 FTE. And for total reductions at the secondary level of 26.2 FTE. So again, this was kind of tracking with that enrollment decline, but now that we're achieving a stasis in enrollment, we really cannot cut further at the secondary level without significantly compromising our offerings and compromising our class sizes. Next.
And Katie, I'd like to say, when Katie gets to this slide, I'd like to interject and just say that this is only at the secondary level, and this is only reductions as it relates to instruction. Similarly, we've also had reductions in terms of at the elementary level, and we've also had reductions in support staff as well.
And I will discuss some of our administrator levels further on in the slides, but we do run lean, and I'll share some benchmarking on that. And so this just kind of provides a visual to those secondary general education cuts. So you can see that these cuts have been made across departments. So roughly 3 staff members per major content area, 3 ELA, 3 math, 3 science, 3 social studies, and so on. And so really has added up over time. Next slide. So I know that this is a very much data-driven group, and so I'd love to introduce you to a terrific tool that I use all the time that is put forth by the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education called RADAR, which is the Resource Allocation Dashboard, and it allows us to snoop on our neighbors, and it is a very powerful tool when we are trying to benchmark. So I'll just note that when we take a look at our staffing in terms of educators, we are fairly consistent with state levels. A bit high on para educators, but run very lean on leadership. So the number of administrators that we have in the district is significantly lower than the state average. And another point I'd like to highlight is in the lower right-hand corner, that aqua pull out there. Our technology staff is about half of what you would generally see in a comparably sized district. And so we, again, run very lean in that staffing as well. Next slide. So that was just to give you a bit of a sense of some of the types of data that we considered in our budget analysis. So the students are no sooner in the building in September, and we begin in October in earnest doing some of that number crunching and to begin to contemplate our budget proposals. So in terms of budget assumptions, the first and foremost was, of course, the 3.5% memorandum of understanding was the primary budget assumption as we were contemplating our budget proposal. So I don't need to share with this group, but there may be members of the audience on the call for whom they are less familiar with the MOU. So it's a 4-year commitment signed in March 2023. By school committee, select board, advisory, superintendent at the time, and town administrator to maintain the cost increases as proposed by the Sustainable Budget Task Force. And so that MOU articulated the understanding that I did illustrate through those prior slides, that some of the increased costs in personnel, special education, and energy costs would result in deficits. And again, we did close that gap through some of the cuts that were made. Next slide. And so given that in school budget, we have a number of expenses that really are not discretionary. So we have, we're working within contracts for both salaries and services, utilities, special education services, out-of-district tuitions. We really need to look elsewhere for the budget levers that we can use to close a budget gap. So as I mentioned earlier, we look first to efficiencies. So if we have announced retirements or leaves that we can take advantage of, we look there first. If we have a need for additional staffing, we look to reallocate existing staff and restructure. So again, we mentioned leadership, for example, runs lean. And so if we have a need, we're generally looking to reallocate and restructure. I would note that in terms of tuitions, there are more than 300 districts in the state. Only 20-something at this moment do continue to charge for full-day tuition. For kindergarten, we are one of them. It is interesting that many of the districts that do still charge for tuition happen to be cited on the South Shore, but that is not a common practice across the Commonwealth. It's quite rare. We also do charge tuition, as I mentioned, for our Kids in Action preschool and for our integrated preschool, our special education students for whom it's part of their individualized education plan. They are not charged the tuition, but the typical peers who are integrated into that program do pay tuition for the program. Another lever that we have include fees. And last year, that was a significant part of how we closed our FY26 budget. One of the recommendations of the Sustainable Budget Task Force, the prior Sustainable Budget Task Force, was for us to consider increases to our athletic fees, which we did increase significantly last year, including adding fees for the additional sports that students play and a differential for hockey. I will also add that in the Sustainable Budget Task Force, it recommended that we contemplate a transportation fee. This is something that my beloved former superintendent, Dr. Gallo, had very strong opinions on. I have not seen her since I have implemented this transportation fee, but again, wanted to honor the spirit of the Sustainable Budget Task Force recommendation. So we did, for the first time, implement a transportation fee for students in grades 7 to 12. A reminder that per state regs, we do need to provide transportation for students in K-6 if they are outside of a certain distance. But we have increased fees for that. And we do charge fees such as activity fees. We increased our parking fees at the high school for both the close lot and the far lot. And so we have really a pretty considerable tax on parents through some of these additional fees. In terms of benchmarking, we are now among the highest of our peer district for these fees, and for those reasons, we were not able to go back to that well this year. But that was a significant part of our process for closing our budget gap last year. We are grateful for the generosity of our community. We do benefit from a wide number of grants and donations, whether that's from Hingham Ed Foundation, Hingham Sports Partnership. We take advantage of every grant coming out at the state level. And so I would say for areas such as professional development, our assistant superintendent has done a terrific job of chasing grant funding in that domain. We did this year take advantage of some of the green initiatives across the district. So Foster School, for example, coming online with solar would decrease our utility costs. We did for next year contract for some electric buses and had some savings with those addition of those buses to our fleet. Whenever possible, we try to leverage in-house expertise, whether that's using our own in-house roofer, our own in-house electrician for doing facilities projects, or leveraging the significant capacity that we have in district for professional development. And so I have tried to leverage that in-house expertise rather than going outside when possible. We did this year dig deep into revolving funds. And as a last resort, we do look to staff reductions. I'm pleased to say that this year, the reductions that we are proposing fall more into the efficiency category, but that is something in past years we have had to dig into. And so all that said, my message to our leadership team this year was to aspire to approach level services within the constraints of the MOU and prioritize student-facing positions to the extent possible. And so we'll now proceed to the next slide. Thank you, Katie. And we'll share some of the financial data. Aisha, you want to take this?
Yeah, thank you. In terms of our budget composition, some of you may have seen this slide a few times now in terms of looking at the structure of our budget, where 80% of our budget is really consists of personnel. And in terms of discretionary costs or expenses, we're looking at supplies, textbooks, and for the contracted services, we're looking at special ed, specifically utilities, and special ed utilities and other contracted services. We don't have very much flexibility in terms of what we can do with our budgets. In terms of the discretionary level of the 3% that we are showing here, we still have to provide textbooks for our kids and supplies, and it's difficult to provide an education to kids without those bare material. So it gives us very limited flexibility in terms of being able to reduce those various buckets in terms of what we can do. So it really leaves us with really personnel, and that is the area that we've over time had to reduce in order to be able to close the gap. Okay. For our budget this year, we continue to make sure that we maintain the 3.5% to stay within the 3.5%. And what we did this year in order to close the budget gaps was to lean heavily on our revolving funds. And in terms of that, we were able to close the budget by utilizing those funds. In terms of this budget hit this year, there are, if you go to the next slide, Katie, I can just kind of point out the main areas where we have had increases in the budget, and Katie has already mentioned some of those areas where we've had some flexibility and some reductions in terms of where we had solar vehicles where we're able to benefit from that, or even our solar buses, or even in terms of reducing some of our utility costs from solar credits that we receive from Foster. But some of the main areas of increases were really in terms of textbooks, where we're implementing a new math program, the new math adoption program that Katie spoke about. For special ed, we're reallocating some of those expenses within special ed to make sure that we can improve on our management structure for special ed. And in terms of special ed professional development, you'll see that there was some increases here. And a lot of those increases in professional development were really contractual in terms of providing specialized instruction and training for some of our special ed staff as well. For special ed tuitions, we'll go into more detail later, but some of the changes you'll see in terms of the increases from 26 to 27, we have some cases of changes from private to residential tuitions. The residential tuitions for our students, in most cases, in all the cases, these are cases where kids have significant needs. And Katie will go through some of the decision-making that we have in terms of choosing between private day and residential, but there is a cost impact in terms of that increase as well. For some of our kids for this year, there was some delays in terms of placement of those kids, and we'll see how that has had a positive impact on the budget because of those delays in placements. Those are not deliberate delays. In some cases, even the weather may have significantly delayed our ability to place kids because of information going out to schools or visits to schools, etc. But although we may have a prorated amount of tuition for this year, in the 2027, we have a full year of tuition. So that forces when you look at the comparative between 26 and 27, you see a larger increase in 27 because of the full year tuition. We also have seen in terms of some of our special ed tuitions as well, that in some cases, rather than the paraprofessionals or nursing staff being charged as part of the tuition rates, there is an additional charge that that's now being seen as part of the tuition costs for kids going out of district as well. So these are like the main areas that we are seeing that will impact in terms of changes, but overall, we've stayed more or less stable in terms of our budget from one year to the next. Okay. One of the areas that we mentioned was in terms of grants and revolving funds and relying on that, and particularly with the increases in tuition that we had from last year, we were able to this year rely even heavier on our revolving costs. Some of the grants that you would be familiar with from a special ed perspective would be the IDA grant and circuit breaker. The circuit breaker is really a reimbursement of the cost from the prior year for both tuitions and transportation costs that we have. Katie mentioned the tuition revolving account, and that tuition revolving account is specifically as it relates to our integrated program. By moving to Foster over the last year, we have been able to expand our tuition, our preschool capacity. That was one of the main reasons for moving to a bigger school at Foster, was to be able to accommodate our special education programming. And that has also been able to accommodate our preschools, and in terms of how much we can charge and how much space we have available to our atypical students as well. Just as a reminder that in terms of those revolving funds, we are only able to use those revolving funds for the specific expenditure that relates to the revolving funds. We've tried as much as possible where we can to work with DESE where there may be balances in those accounts, to make sure that we can ensure that we can utilize those expenses to those accounts to the maximum impact that we can use it for. For example, over the course of the last year, as I mentioned earlier, when we spoke about capital, we were able to get approval from DESE to use our food service revolving fund to be able to use our food service revolving fund in the prior year to fund some of the RTU expenditure for the South School. But this is not, these are just a very, very specific expenditures that relate to the cafeteria that we can use some of those, that revolving account for. But in other ways, for example, our Kids in Action program, we utilize it in terms of, we have a Kids in Action before and after school program, as well as a preschool program as well. And that program, that benefit that we see here in terms of the budget is really utilized as part of the cost of the contribution to utilities and to our custodial staff and in terms of rental of the use of the space. Over the course of the last couple of years, we've also expanded that program. In the past, that program only existed at Foster and at South. Right now, we have that program at every single building in terms of the before and after school program. So it has been able to expand both revenue for us, as well as be able to serve the community, as many parents need that service in terms of the before and after school care. So this offset that you see here for the KIA really tells a story of us working as creatively as possible to see how we can expand revenue in those areas and to provide the offsets to our budget as well. You'll see other things like driver's ed, where we've tried to work on expanding that program a little bit. And other big programs will be the FDK program. We continue to charge that fee that Katie spoke about. Unfortunately, we're still very reliant on that fee, and it's an important part of being able to close that budget, our budgets. So basically, in summary, this slide here really gives us a full picture of how we use the revolving funds to be able to offset our budget and help to close that loophole. Okay.
And so Aisha focused on some of the ways that we attempted to close our budget through generating additional revenue, some of the other things that we mentioned, such as the solar tax credits. But we did have remaining about a $430,000 deficit. And as I mentioned, one of the first things we always look to is when there are retirements, we do look closely on whether or not we need to fill them. As I mentioned earlier, however, we are at a tipping point in general education, both for elementary and secondary. And so in most cases, we're not able to get away with not filling the positions, but we will be able to achieve a cost savings by hiring a less experienced educator. And so you'll see here that both at the middle school and at the high school, we had a number of retirements that we were able to take advantage of. The one position that we did take a look at as an efficiency, so at central office, we have had a communications specialist for the past number of years. As you can imagine, the demands on a school system with the number of communications that go out, the expectations around newsletters, social media, and so on, that position had enormous value, but I did make the decision to prioritize those student-facing positions. And so we do not plan to fill the communications specialist position. And so that is a savings of $75,000. I mentioned that professional development is one of the most important levers that we have to drive forth initiatives in the district. But we have a phenomenal assistant superintendent, Erica Pollard, who leads professional development, and she has found some really creative ways to leverage some of the expertise that we have in district. Erica herself has led a number of graduate courses, graduate equivalent courses for our educators. And so for those reasons, we are reluctantly comfortable with a $165,000 reduction to our professional development. Erica is also a grant wizard and has really done a terrific job, along with our curriculum directors, in writing grants for professional development. And so that is another way we close the gap. And then finally, technology supplies. We did make some cuts too. If we do have other things that go our way budget-wise, that is an area we may need to build back. We need ink, we need printer supplies, and so on. And so that's an area we did cut, but may need to make some additional tweaks to that as we progress throughout budget season. And so with that, we have presented a balanced budget and are happy to open to questions.
Do you want to start, Julie?
Sure. Thank
Look
you.
like you're ready to speak.
Yeah, well, I wanted to get ready. I just have a couple of questions, and thank you for the really good presentation. Although some of the font, and it's really small, like cheaters, I need to up my, but I understand, lots of numbers. Okay, so I wanted to know first, how is the fee on busing going, the transportation fee? And I noticed that there doesn't seem to be much of a change between the prior year and then the budgeted for FY27 in terms of the transportation budget. So I just wanted to see if you could add any information about that. And then if there are any downstream effects, like reported increase in traffic around the schools with people opting to drive, stuff like that.
In terms of the traffic, that was a concern for us, particularly at the middle school. That has not been as much of a challenge as we thought. I do think, and throughout the year, there are some families that initially were deciding not to pay the transportation fee and instead drive their children. That got old fast. And so we did see over the course of the year more families registering for that bus service, for that convenience. So it's $250 for round trip fare, if you will, for 180 days. So I do think that many families did decide to make that decision over the course of the year. And again, that transportation fee was not a decision we took lightly. And so, but at this point, again, if we were to reverse course on the transportation fee, we would need to make that up elsewhere in our budget, and really wanted to prioritize the student-facing positions.
But I'm not seeing much of a difference between before the fee and then after the fee, so is it just increase in gas, or like, what would you attribute to not much of a change?
So this year, we will this year, in particular, you can't hear me? Okay, I'm sorry. Sorry. Carol, you got a buddy. So this year in particular, we were able to benefit. The reason why it seems like it's the same year to year is because this year we were able to benefit from getting solar buses online. Sorry, not solar buses, sorry.
That's next year.
Electric buses online, sorry. And by doing so, in the first year of the contract, we have a significant reduction in the cost of the buses as part of the first year contract because of the grants that we have, the grants that we have received as well. And also, we were able to reduce some of the operating costs as it related to operating the buses in terms of the fuel costs, the fuel costs, because maintenance costs of the buses, etc. So just in this 1 year, it's almost like a blip where the full cost of, for example, transportation increases, and transportation staff increases, and from 1 year to the next is not as apparent this year. But in terms of, for example, last year, it was very important to implement that fee as a way to close the loop. This year, we have some savings by implementing the solar for the first year. There's electric buses for I don't know why I'm thinking solar, sorry. Electric buses for the first year. We have it's a 7-year program, and I can't, like, it's difficult to be able to budget for something we've never done before for the long term. But in the second year of the leases, the cost of the leases will go up as well. And we won't continue to have that savings that we had in the first year of the lease. So what you'll see is that in year one of the buses, we use those funds to be able to reduce the cost and close the loop on our budget. This year, it doesn't seem like it has as big an impact, but we'll need it for follow-up years in terms of our costs as it relates to transportation as well. I don't know if that explains it clearly.
So you're holding the bus fees sort of in reserve for future years when the costs won't be as realized in the early years as the
Exactly.
electric.
But then in the first year, we did have those costs. This year, in terms of putting those buses in place, we have a reduction in that. But I think in terms of the years coming afterwards, we do anticipate further increases as well, not only in terms of the leasing costs of those buses, but also in terms of the staffing costs for our drivers, etc. And the other thing that we're doing more so now more than ever is that we're also increasing overall in terms of our budget. We're trying to do more of the driving ourselves and contract out less. So that also brings our internal costs up as well too.
Okay. And then my second question is, you have rent and building costs for $80,000. Does that $80,000 represent what you're paying for having the Traces program in a separate location?
Yes.
Is it the entire $80,000?
For that program, for this year, we go out to bid again. So we've budgeted an estimate of what the cost will be, but it has been about 70,000, and we've just increased it slightly for this year, anticipating that there may be some increases for this year as well, once we go out to bid.
Okay. And then my final question is the communications position, and I totally understand your need for cost savings and prioritizing student-facing services. Having communications expertise on the municipal side or on the town side is a need as well. So I guess I would just say as a comment that maybe in the future there could be a way where the schools and on the town side there could be some kind of way to have a position that covers both, or some way to work together on the idea of communications, because we're just one town and there's a need to communicate well and find ways to share costs. So I would just recommend that something we could work towards.
Thank you.
perhaps.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you for the presentation and all of the work that has gone into this, and I appreciate you prioritizing the student-facing positions. Just a couple of questions. One is, I know you recently did an enrollment study. What is the cadence of that? How often will that study be done?
So we can do a refresh on that from year to year. So given that we are still seeing, coming off of the pandemic and seeing some changes in behaviors with regard to private school placement, I do think this is something that at least in the short term, we want to refresh fairly regularly. My big fear is the last recession, we saw a flood back from private schools. Nearly 300 students returned to district. And so changes to the economy can have a significant change to enrollment. So this is something I do think needs to be refreshed often.
Great.
Previously, though, it would be once every 7 years or so to get the 10-year projection. But I do think we will have to refresh this much more frequently than that as we see these changes in dynamics.
Agreed, agreed. Can you just talk a little bit about the Kids in Action revenue versus the cost of running that program?
Right. So in terms of the cost of running that program, I would say as it runs, as you would imagine, the biggest part of the cost is really the personnel in terms of administration, the teaching staff, the aides. One of the things that we've had to do over the course of this year, 25, I'm saying last year, but it's actually 25, 26. We're still in the year right now, is that we had to implement a behavioral specialist within the program just because of we've seen heightened behaviors throughout our schools, and it's something that's I can easily see that even other business managers across Boston have Massachusetts, have shown that that they're definitely increasing behaviors across the state. So we've had to put in place a behavioral specialist, and for that we provide our kids with food and a snack, and we no longer have the transportation costs that we used to have in the past because each building has its own program. So I would say we probably are running about 60 to 70% of costs in terms of that, in terms of revenue versus costs. That's with about a very small, in fact, I would say we have a very small markup and we in terms of the markup that we have, it's really in terms of our utility costs that we contribute to the budget, as well as a rental fee, sort of, that we charge the KIA, which encapsulates all of the utilities, the custodial fees, and the use of the space. And that's where that offset comes into the budget as well.
Okay. Is there any consideration, and maybe there was last year, of increasing the cost of KIA to make?
Well, we do that every year.
Sufficient? Okay.
We do that every year to make sure that the cost is, what we do every year is that we evaluate the cost of the program versus the revenue coming in. We compare to other after school and before school programs, both in Hingham and in towns nearby, to make sure that we're being competitive. And every year we make sure that we're keeping aligned with the cost structure, so we're not going into deficit in any way. And just to remind everybody as well that this is one of the few programs in town that health insurance actually comes from the KIA account as well. So the KIA program also pays for its own health insurance costs.
Okay. Thank you. I have a few questions about the special education costs, but we're getting to that, right?
Yeah, so in the next article, we'll get very deep into that.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
Bill, do you have any questions or comments?
Yeah, I do have a couple. First of all, Katie, Aisha, thank you very much. Yeah, great job with the presentation, very detailed. Liz and Julie kind of touched on it. Can you just confirm what the increased enrollment numbers are again
Yes, so we are for next year predicting fairly static, but over the course of the next 3 years, NESDEC projects an increase of 117 students K-12, and over the course of the next 10 years, an increase of about 417 students net. I will note, though, that if you're looking at the different color bars there, pay close attention to elementary. The elementary actually is where the most significant increases are anticipated. And so we're very closely, that chart I showed earlier with those class sizes, we are reaching tipping points. And we do see that families, they used to move in before their first child entered kindergarten. We do see a lot more movement now in first, second, third grade. And so we always have closely monitored kindergarten and then first to capture those students coming in from private kindergarten. But we just over the course of the last week or so have had 3 additional families move in with students in some of the upper grades. And so looking closely at those as well.
And if the increase in our pre-K programs is any indication of what's coming, with 180 kids in district, we know that we're definitely in for increases as well in that elementary level.
Great, thank you. And I know that, Katie, we've had a very preliminary discussion about possibly moving the Traces program into Town Hall, into the available space there, bring it back into Hingham. How much money would that save you per year if we were to make that happen?
About 80?
Yeah.
Yeah, about 80,000.
Right, and also the
80,000, okay.
transportation in the cases where, in some cases, sometimes the kids are old enough to drive themselves there, but in some cases, we may use transportation to take them there as well. So there's a small cost in terms of that as well.
Great. And lastly, I know that you are doing a great job under tight budget here. I do share, I think it was Julie's concern about the transportation fee. I know you got to do it, and you're doing the best you can with what you got. But if there's a way in the future to eliminate that fee, I would certainly support it. It is difficult to, for families, I think, to be charged to ride the bus to school. But I think you probably agree with me, and I'll stop there. Thank you.
Yeah, and I will just add that I am, in fact, a Hingham parent and taxed myself heavily last year when I raised those fees. So I have 2 children in the district, and as does Aisha. So.
Thank you. Carol?
I was trying to not have, that was a secret. I do not have questions. Mine are at the special education section. And do we have any questions for?
I think Tina?
Tina, please. Thank you.
I remember.
If anybody else forgets, that's really silly.
Just briefly, I noticed on your budget assumptions page regarding the term of the MOU, Tom Mayo actually just gave us an update on the term of that, and I wondered if you could share that just to make sure that this is articulated properly.
So when we looked at it last week with Joe Fisher, I spoke with Michelle Monsegur, and we were evaluating the language within the MOU. We believe the MOU ran from FY '24 through FY '27, and the 3.5% would end after FY '27. At the time, we were anticipating an override in FY '28. To be determined whether or not that happens, but that's what was discussed in FY '24. 23-24 as we were planning the financial management plan, otherwise known as the MOU.
Thank you. I'll update that in my slides for future presentations.
Brenda, did you have a question?
Kind of following up on Article S we were talking about, in your 1.9 million maintenance budget, what is it? What do you have planned there?
In terms of maintenance, in terms of the maintenance budget, that includes our maintenance staff, in terms of maintenance staff of, we have 5 maintenance employees, as well as the director, the facilities director. We also include our HVAC repairs throughout the district, not only on the high school, but throughout the district as well. We also have several contractors, which include, for example, pest control, elevators, just several. I can list. I can even send you a list of what that includes.
What percentage is personnel, just so we know?
Yes, I can give you the specifics on exactly how many. I mean, it's 5 people. About, it's not a big percentage of that is personnel into the plant and maintenance piece of it. The big part of it is really the contracted vendors that we use to be able to support in terms of repairs and maintenance of the buildings.
Okay, so, and what percentage is available for those projects that you suddenly discover you need to repair? That's the part that I'm trying to figure out.
Well, in terms of, I mean, in terms of, we have 6 buildings that we take care of in terms of our schools, and we also have a transportation depot that we take care of as well. In terms of those buildings require constant maintenance and repairs, whether it be bus pipes or toilets clogged, or alarm systems or other things that are happening. So they may include those projects and the repairs, but there are several things that happen every day that are not included in terms of the warrant articles that you mentioned, that we take care of every single day in terms of keeping our buildings safe and allowing kids to be able to be in there and be safe while they're in those buildings.
So on the big pie chart that talked about your salaries, the maintenance salaries are part of the salaries part. How about the contracted?
They will be part of
what
the
are the contracted services that is in that other chunk of your
They will
pie
be
chart?
part of the contracted services, so about elevator repairs, and even something like as simple as elevators. We have to get these inspected every year, a few times to make sure they work. And even after the inspections, they still break down, and we have to repair them again. I don't know. I mean, even just thinking about a home and the amount of repairs that you have for a home where you have a small family in your home, but where you have kids walking in and out of a school building every day. I can't begin to explain to you in terms of the amount of repairs, and our maintenance staff and custodians are on an ongoing basis, making sure that those buildings are well maintained and cared for, and our kids can be in them and be safe in those buildings. But if you do want extra information, I'm happy to send that your way as well in terms of that.
Or just how you got to the 1.9.
I can definitely do that. Yeah, I can definitely do that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, I have 2 questions. We have been trying to work in support of Article K on the question of what the excess out-of-district costs will be.
Right. So, Brian, Mr. Stack, can we wait until the next article to discuss that? Because we have a whole presentation planned for you.
Okay, I thought we were talking about finishing the budget.
Right, but then for Article K, we have everything outlined in terms of excess student services costs and out-of-district, because I know you have lots of questions on that. So
Okay, sorry.
we try to get ahead of your questions a little bit by providing that information. Is that okay?
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Just a quick question on the elementary class sizes, the slide 7, those sections that you mentioned that are kind of tipping over a little, is the constraint physical classroom size, or it's teacher? It's a constraint of not having enough teachers, and that constrains you from offering more sections with fewer kids.
Yeah, so again, we projected our FY26 budget for the current year based on the enrollment figures that we had last spring. Families may move into town at any point, and so some of the sections we had contemplated. So for example, at South, our grade 2 section there, when we were doing our projections last year, there were 72 students. over the course of the summer, a couple of students, additional students moved in, so the numbers are higher than we had planned. And so we are meeting with our elementary principals on Thursday, next Thursday, because we are in enrollment season for kindergarten. So those enrollments are coming in. We also, again, do still get an influx of students in grade 1. A few students still do attend private kindergarten. And so we'll be taking a look at those sections. But in terms of the actual breakdown for next year, we may have to reallocate is where we go first. And so we have increases in some areas. If we have decreases in others, we'll look first to reallocate. But just know that we are reaching a tipping point at some of the sizes. And we always have always had uneven cohorts across town. So
Just to follow up on this slide.
Unmute, please.
Pardon me. I'm with you here. In terms of the elementary, and I was just looking at, I was thinking back to the slide you had about the paraprofessionals, and it's just a question, within the elementary schools, are there paraprofessionals that are dedicated to a grade or a class, or are paraprofessionals at the elementary level typically dedicated to students or cohorts of students?
that's a great question. So the only grade level for which we have what we call general education para educators would be in kindergarten. So every kindergarten classroom does have a para educator, and that cost is in part defrayed by the tuitions. And so in order to be attractive to families, that adult to child ratio in kindergarten is very important to families. So in terms of most of the other para educators that we have are dictated by the individualized education plans of students. And so whether that be a one-to-one para educator, or in some cases, one para educator might be able to serve a number of students in a classroom.
Quick question. How often do you redistrict? So, this particular neighborhood or area of town is getting too crowded and we're going to have to move some of them to another school.
Yep.
How often does that happen?
That's a great question. So I just want to clarify, the enrollment study is not a redistricting study, so that is a very different process and actually a very expensive process. Braintree recently went through that, and that can be like a $60,000 to $70,000 process. You are generally working with someone from the outside. At this point, though, you'll note that the unevenness of our cohorts are spread across town. And so we have a second grade section at South, a third grade section at Plymouth River. We actually have at East a fifth grade section. They're going off to the middle school, so we're not going to worry about that. They'll be absorbed in the middle school. But if we were seeing a pattern across the building, then we would contemplate redistricting. But there are uneven cohorts, just happen to have a large number of third graders at Plymouth River that given year. But the redistricting question is not something you would do for a blip like this. So, but good question. Thanks.
Okay. Oh, go ahead, Tina, and then we'll move on maybe to the next section.
Sorry, just one more. Within your budget, when we talk about snow and ice, that's sort of a structural deficit that we have, and sometimes our legal can look that way too. I just noticed in your budget, where are legal services applied within your budget? Because I think it would be valuable to see the changes in the legal budget over time.
Right, so our legal, we have two areas for legal. We have staff, our staff and student services legal. So there are two different types of legal.
We have labor,
employment law, which is really a school committee expense, that's where it's baked in. So the increase that you see from one year to the next is because we're going into a year of negotiations. So that's kind of where those costs are baked into. And from a special ed perspective or student services perspective, our those costs are baked into the SPED supervision line, all the way down midway. That's where it's baked into. Okay.
And do those costs vary a lot from year to year?
Yes, they do, and they do based on what, like for example, where we have a negotiation year and we utilize our attorney in that year more than other years, that would go up, and that's why we would have the increase that we're budgeting in 27. In the same way too, depending on the incidences that we have in terms of student incidences that require consultation, we may have to use our student services attorney as well.
Those are significantly more variable, though. They're
Right.
predict, so.
Yeah. Tina, are you suggesting that we have the snow and ice alternative here too?
No. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, so the moment everyone has been waiting for, and just wanted to acknowledge the partnership of ACES. We have spent a number of sessions together talking through our special education budget, and I believe the ACES team are now experts. They've been very patient as we have gone through a number of iterations, and very grateful for their questions, and hopefully we've refined the message. And so we are going to give a crash course in special education in about 5 minutes or so. So get ready. So did want to just provide some context for special education. Thankful to Dr. Christine Panarese, who is our Executive Director of Student Services. She's on the call this evening, and she did prepare this slide. So in our continuum of special education services, the majority of students are in that tier, the bottom tier of the pyramid, and that most of our special education students are in what we call a full inclusion setting, in which they are receiving some additional in-class supports and accommodations. In the next tier, as we move up to the second level, we have what's known as a partial inclusion model, and those students are included in the general education setting with their peers, but we might see some additional pull-out services for that tier. Moving further up the pyramid, we have what are known as substantially separate classrooms, where students receive the majority of their educational programming within that separate program. We do aim to include students wherever we can. So even the students in those substantially separate classrooms, whenever we can, include them in a specialist like an art, a music, other class activities, but they do receive very specialized instruction with a dedicated special education teacher in that special education program. So to be clear, those first three tiers encompass the large majority of our roughly 600 or 700 students within the district that receive special education services. I know that over the course of the past few years, there's been a lot more attention and focus on the out-of-district, and want to make clear that, again, in the continuum of services, the students receiving those out-of-district placements, it is because it is determined by the IEP team that that is the most appropriate setting for the students. We do attempt to keep students in what's known as the least restrictive environment as part of our as a special education process. And so again, the students receiving those out-of-district services really need those services as determined by the IEP team. Next slide, Katie. So we will focus in today on the MOU carve-out, which again, grateful to ACES for the rich conversations that we've had about the Appendix A in particular in the MOU and that carve-out. So in the Appendix A, it outlines the account numbers that were used as the base of the MOU carve-out back in FY '24. And these account numbers, I just want to clarify, are from DESI. They're from the chart of accounts. And so these line up, our Munis accounts line up with DESI accounts for the purposes of reporting. So the boxes in blue relate to the first clause in Appendix A, which relates to the out-of-district special education tuitions. The special education contracts refer to two buckets: the transportation. As Aisha mentioned, much of our transportation is done in district. However, some of the out-of-district runs, we do need to contract out for those transportations. And then the final bucket, the red bucket, are the other special education contracts, which if we go back to the previous slide showing that continuum of services, that purple slide there, in the tier 2 and tier 3, again, we attempt to keep children in the least restrictive environment. But if a child is not making progress in that environment with the current services, we attempt to provide additional contracted services in-house in order to support that student in the environment. So Katie, if we could go back down 2 slides. So you'll, back 1, thank you. So within that bucket of red, I'm going to use the top line for ABA specialists as an example, just because it's a concrete one, but also happy to provide analogies to some of the other accounts in there, whether that be home and hospital tutors, physical therapy services, and other specialized services. But the ABA specialists will give us a concrete example of some of these contracted services. Thanks, Katie. And so again, this is just the language to back up Appendix A. So this slide here is my attempt to capture the very complex process and the very complex conversations that take place when we are looking to determine the needs of students in order to receive a free and appropriate education in the least restrictive environment. So these conversations and these decisions are made by the IEP team, which includes the educators and the professionals involved in that conversation, the parents and caregivers of the children, and students who are of age are also included in that IEP process. And so again, an IEP team is data-driven. So they have academic and social emotional and psychological data at their fingertips that they use to make decisions about what supports might be needed for a student. And so if we picture that pyramid in our mind, a large majority of our students in special education are receiving these supports in an inclusion setting, whether that be in the general education classroom or receiving periodic pull-out services throughout the day. Some of these supports might look like, as Mary asked earlier about paraeducators, that would be one type of service that might be in a student's IEP. Aisha mentioned earlier that one of the areas that we are seeing a significant uptick is in behaviors, and that's something that is a universal theme across districts. So in addition to a paraeducator, another role that a team might consider as a support for a student is something called a behavior tech. That would fall in those ABA services that I mentioned. Along with that, we might have the support of a BCBA, which is a behavior analyst that might be supporting the children. If the child is not, needs are not being met in those first 2 tiers of the pyramid in the general education or the partial inclusion setting, the team might consider one of the sub-separate programs that we have in district. No district of our size has every possible sub-separate program. If you were in a very large district like Boston, they have almost every sub-separate program you can imagine. But for a district of our size, in order to build a meaningful sub-separate program, you have to have enough students with similar profiles to create a cohort. A single student is not a program. And so we, over the years, have developed a few programs that allow us to meet the needs of certain students in district, and that we've built up some capacity for. So 3 of the programs that I'll mention include our CLC program, which is for students with lower cognition, our RISE program, which is for students with autism, our lab program, which is a language-based program for students with language-based disabilities such as dyslexia. And in addition, we have a post-grad program, so for students who are with us until the age of 22, we have a post-grad program that is known as the Pathways program. So as I mentioned, we do not have every possible variety of sub-separate programs. One program that we do not currently have is a therapeutic program for students with trauma or more significant social emotional needs. So again, if we can't serve those students within those first couple of tiers of the pyramid, we do not currently have that sub-separate program. And so in those cases, that's one example where a student might go out of district. And that can occur through a couple of different routes. Sometimes students will first enter what's known as a 45-day placement that will allow a team to collect additional data on the child. Other times they are entering straight into a program, whether that be a collaborative program such as our South Shore Educational Collaborative or some of the private day and residential schools. Another way that a student might, the team might determine that the child needs something outside of Hingham programming would be if a student in a sub-separate program is not making effective progress. So again, it's a data-driven decision. So we want to first try all of the services that we have access to and pull every lever that we can in district in order to meet that child's needs. But in the event that the child is not making progress, we may consider some of the other programs. Now, that process itself is very complex, and that too is a team decision and often involves the district sending out the student's profile to a number of area programs. We, again, have a very strong relationship with our local collaborative, but that program too does not have every program. So the Reads Collaborative and the PAC Collaborative have some other specialized programs. And then there's a range of private and residential schools that have really specialized in certain types of disability. So the Higashi is very well known as a program for autism. Some of you may have heard of the Landmark School, for example, is a very well-known name. The New England Center for Autism, Perkins School for the Blind. These schools have extreme specialty in that area, and in some cases are really world-renowned for those specific disabilities. And so this gives you a sense of the out-of-district process. And I do think, based on my conversations with members of ACES, I do think everyone has grown in an understanding of the out-of-district tuitions. So did just want to speak to the specialized services accounts that were highlighted, and I believe it was red in the previous slide, refer to those specialized services that we provide on that continuum in the tier 2 and tier 3 of the pyramid in order to see if we can serve the students in district rather than having them go out of district. And so happy to pause here because I do think this slide here is really important for the understanding of special education, or if Liz would prefer, we can continue.
Does
But-
anyone have questions or comments at this point? Go ahead, John.
In the first box, a child's identified for help. how much of that is educator-driven? What percentage is educator-driven and how much is parent-driven?
That's a great question. The answer is both, very much both. And so in order to determine eligibility, there are a number of steps that are taken. So first of all, a student can be brought forth by an educator, but also by a family. And so the process is very data-driven. One of the first things that is done is evaluation. There is a battery of tests that are done, the WISC, the Wyatt, and a number of norm reference tests that are administered. And there are additional subtests that can be administered depending on the nature of the disability, the Pfeiffer, a number of disabilities. Families sometimes do also do their own independent outside evaluations as well. And so that's additional data that is brought into the process. But we have trained school psychologists who this is what they do. Their role, they're very have significant expertise in generating the data that is then used. In addition to some of the special ed specific data, we also, for all children, have what we call universal screeners. For example, in elementary literacy, we have literacy data, early literacy data called Dibbles data or Acadian's Dibbles data for all students. And so we do have kind of an early screening there. And then similarly for grades 3 to 5, we have a program called iReady that provides some additional data. So it is that yellow box there. How we arrive there can be through a variety of modes.
Julie, I think, had a comment, and then I'll ask that we move on.
I have one question.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see you, Ted, sorry.
It's just a really quick question about on slide 22, where you have the top box in blue, the out of district. And there are two different line items, but they both say tuitions, Mass Public Schools, and very different numbers in each box. So I was just wondering, so it's the second line down and then the bottom line. So could you just explain?
Absolutely. And so I mentioned that not every district has every program. And so, for example, we currently do not have a therapeutic program, but Situate does. So we can tuition our students into those programs. And so I believe that's the second line down, the tuitions to Mass Public Schools. So again, Situate would be one example of a school that we could tuition students in. The bottom box, the tuitions to Mass Public Schools, Aisha, that would be
The collaborative?
the collaboratives primarily.
Yes, because these are also public schools as well, but they're just collaboratives.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Ted?
You might have just answered my question, but when you were talking about population fluctuations of students between schools in any given grade.
Please speak into a mic.
Sorry, yep. With regard to the fluctuations in students between grades, when it comes to the programs like the CLC and RISE and LBC, how are you managing population changes within each of those programs? Is that basically what you were just talking about, where maybe they go to Situate, or if we can't handle it in-house, or how do we handle that from like even a staffing perspective?
That's a great question. So we have had fairly stable enrollment in our CLC, RISE, and lab programs. And currently, our lab and CLC are sited at the East School, and the RISE is currently sited at the South School. Foster was purposefully built with sub-separate programs in mind. And so we are in the process of moving the RISE program to Foster. A reminder that we moved our integrated preschool into Foster this year and didn't want to overwhelm the building with multiple changes at once. So we took that phased approach, but our RISE program will be moving there. It can be challenging for families to contemplate moving out of their neighborhood school. And so if, for example, we have a child at Plymouth River School with a language-based disability, as part of the team's decision, the family needs to accept that the child will be moving out of Plymouth River to East School for that programming. And so that, for that reason, a sub-separate program would be considered a more restrictive environment for the child. The least restrictive environment is your home neighborhood school, but we have had fairly stable enrollments in those programs. The one I would say that we might contemplate expanding is the language-based program. We have a significant number of students with needs that could be met in that program. Sure. Great. Okay, thank you. And so Katie will proceed. And so just wanted to give you a sense of these are our in-district specialized programs. And so again, RISE, CLC, language-based program, integrated preschool, and our post-grad program. And we do partner with some of the private schools, like a Landmark, a New England Center for Children, for our professional development to ensure that our educators in district are up to speed on best practices and are engaging students with all of those best practices that they would receive at an out-of-district school. And so we are currently serving 74 students in district that if we did not have these programs built up in district would be potential candidates for receiving services out of district. And again, this slide here just outlines again and stresses that out-of-district placements is a decision made by the child's IEP team, which by law includes parents, educators, and if the child is of age, the child. And the decision is made when the child is not making effective progress in their current setting. Thanks, Katie. And I mentioned to you earlier that one of my favorite tools is DESI Radar. So in the same way that they have data for general education, that has been updated through 2025. They also have a separate section for special education data. Unfortunately, that's only been updated through 2024 at this moment. But I wanted to share this slide just to so you can have a sense that we are not alone in the process of out-of-district placements. So these are some of our surrounding communities, and it's difficult to compare apples to oranges. So as I mentioned, towns like Marshfield and Situate that have really built up, they are a bit larger as well, have built up these programs by these data are keeping more students in district, where a smaller town like Cohasset, that is very small, has fewer opportunities for programs and therefore is paying more in out-of-district tuitions. And so did want to give a breakdown of the disability categories of our out-of-district students, and this data is as of January. Want to make the point that the IEP process is taking place all throughout the year, and so these placements do change mid-year. And so in terms of our students who are currently out of district, the large majority of those students receiving services out of district are on the autism spectrum. We do also have students out of district with emotional impairment, multiple disabilities, and so on. But wanted to give a breakdown of some of those disability categories. Next slide. This here gives a sense of the breakdown by grade level and the total numbers of students who are currently out of district and the associated costs. I will note that more of our residential placements are for some of the older students, hence some of the larger numbers. And these, that next slide there was just the projections as of January of out-of-district student enrollment. But this is a number that is continually changing. January and February are actually fairly heavy months for IEP reevals. And so some of the decisions are being made as we as we speak. I'll let Aisha just share a bit about the three main categories of grants that we can apply to the out-of-district tuitions and specialized services.
Right, hello. In terms of, this just kind of explains a little bit more in terms of the MOU and some of the language in terms of grants used in the MOU. One of the grants mentioned is a circuit breaker grant, which is a state grant, and it's really a reimbursement of any tuition costs above $53,000. We get a 75% reimbursement on those tuitions. We also get reimbursed in terms of transportation costs, and that has kind of fluctuated from year to year in terms of what percentages that we receive. The IDA grant is a federal grant that we get for special education as well. And one of the buckets that the MOU speaks about is the Special Education Stabilization Fund. The Special Education Stabilization Fund is a fund that was established a few years ago by town meeting. And as part of that fund, we're able to apply tuitions to the tuitions and transportation costs to the specialization fund, specifically when those expenses are unanticipated and unbudgeted. The way we typically budget our out-of-district placements is that we, from one year to year, myself and the special education department, we meet very frequently in terms of tuitions, and we get updates in terms of a watch list of students that we expect to either, there may be some movement in those tuitions, whether the kids are going out of district, or they may be moving from private to residential, or they're moving from internal within the district to a collaborative. And we typically are able to maintain that watch list of kids. If it is that there's an occurrence that there's a student that moves in to our district, let's say from another state, and we have some kind of unanticipated or unbudgeted special ed tuition, we would definitely utilize that special ed stabilization fund to fund those tuitions. Okay, thank you, Katie. In terms of the MOU, this here gives, in terms of addressing Article K, what we've done here is that we've shown the financial 26 budgeted tuition in terms of the amounts that we're showing year to date, and we've budgeted over the course of the year. And we're also showing the actual tuitions to date that we've incurred and encumbered for. So in terms of those tuitions, it does not include our list of watch lists of kids that have not actually been placed yet. As you will notice, in terms of tuitions, so far this year, we are trending below budget. The actual tuition, budgeted tuition, is $422,000. But in terms of looking at all the grant applications, the application of the grants, as well as a 2% growth rate, we are at a negative $442,000 in terms of tuitions to date. That's where we are in terms of that. So we're trending downward in terms of that line for tuition so far this year. Okay, next slide, please, Katie. In terms of transportation, we're also trending downwards. Our transportation director, Porrick Cunningham, has done an amazing job this year in terms of being able to juggle and move kids around and use our internal buses and vans and vehicles to transport most of our kids with using Hingham Public Schools transportation. So we haven't had to contract out as much as we've had to in previous years. So in terms of that, we're also trending lower in terms of costs for the out-of-district transportation. Our budgeted line was at 53,000, but we're now at negative 69,000, where the adjustments from the previous 24 line is more than how much we actually have encumbered and spent to date. Next slide, please, Katie. In terms of specialized services, one of the things that I mentioned earlier, and I think Katie also spoke about, that is the one area so far where we have significant behaviors within our district, and that cost is not exactly where we are anticipated in terms of budget, where the budgeted line is 853,000. We're a little bit below budget, where the town shares at 749,000. But it's the one area where we're showing a positive number compared to the other lines, but we're still trending downward compared to budget in this area as well. When we accumulate, for some reason the tuition increase didn't change. I don't know how come. But in one case, when you look at the net of all those different buckets, you see the net tuition number of 442,000, the specialized services line of 749,000 that we spoke about, and the transportation of net negative 69. Those numbers net to 238,000. What we've also included here is an anticipated cost of 500,000. Those anticipated costs of 500,000, these would account for kids that we put on our watch list per se, where they haven't gone out of district as yet, but we anticipate that there will be changes in their placements before the end of the year. But I don't want to lead you to believe that the net amount that we have for the whole year is only 238,000, because there's still a chance that some of those kids may still go out of district before the end of the year, or there may be changes in their placements before the end of the year. So based on that watch list of kids, and in terms of some of the possible costs in terms of transportation, or in terms of any increases in terms of specialized services, we have a bucket that we call anticipated costs as that line of the 500,000. And that in terms of, in total, where we're landing in terms of our actual to date is at 738,000. And you'll notice that this is significantly different from what we've budgeted for. And the primary reason for that huge difference is because although at the beginning of the year, some of our kids on our watch list may have been, we anticipated that they would have been placed earlier, those haven't materialized in the way that we had planned. And we're still continuing to monitor those expenses. Okay? I think that's it. Yes, that's it. Thank you. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that additional detail. Can you just review, I think, Katie, you had said there were 600 to 700 special ed students total, is that correct? And what is the number of out of district? Was it that 61?
So it's 61 reflects children who have received out-of-district services at any point this year. So that would include students who might have aged out mid-year or might have just received extended school year services. So the 61 is not reflective of the number of students who are out of district today. It's reflective of the number of students who at some point this year have been out of district. And so I would just note, for those of you who do attend school committee meetings, I do present a monthly enrollment update. And so you may see differences in that out of district number because there are some students that might have aged out, that might have come back to district. And so that number fluctuates.
Sure, okay. So those totals, though, the 61 out of district and the 700 special ed students. How does that compare to our benchmark towns?
So again, the most recent data that I have is from 2024. So if you go, go back to 2024, you can see that at that point we were, kind of middle-ish of the pack. It's very difficult to compare even year to year. So it's based on the needs of students in the district, based on what's in their IEP, and so it's not really a linear number. The number of students does change year to year. So we have students who might age out, who might graduate, and so the number changes from year to year.
And it depends on what types of programs each school has in district as well, and the nature of the types of disabilities that the kids in those schools may have as well too.
Sure.
Yeah.
So just to get a sense, I mean, what's the level of investment that we would have to make, for example, to enhance the lab program instead of sending students to Landmark?
That's a great question. And so I just want to clarify that there will always be students with that more intensive need.
Sure.
And I would say, particularly, so there will always be students needing that more intensive need. The expansion of the lab would really come down to the number of students requiring that more restrictive environment. So we are currently, I want to be clear, there are no students at this point who would benefit from a lab program that are not receiving that environment because of numbers. But we do have we're at a tipping point in terms of the number of students in that program. And so that is something we are keeping an eye on. And if the numbers warrant it, it would be a matter of hiring an additional teacher who is highly qualified in multisensory literacy approaches.
Sure. Okay. Okay, thank you. Julie?
A quick question for you about the projection for difference between FY26 of the number of out-of-district students, or the enrollment between FY26 and FY27 is 10 students, from what I see in the snapshot right now. Right. So I was just wondering, but yet the cost for next year it would be about $600,000 more, which I'm assuming is probably due to a rise in tuitions that are being paid out to these out-of-district schools. You can answer that for me. But I was just wondering if you have any sense from the State House about the current formulation of the FY27 budget that they're working on, and if anyone anticipates any kind of change in funding in grants or circuit breaker that would be coming from the state that could help.
Yep, so I'll answer the first part of the question was around, even though we have fewer students, the actual cost is high. There are a couple of factors there. So the Operational Services Division of the state sets the annual increase for programs, and this year it was at a very modest rate, roughly 3-ish%. However, programs can engage in what's known as reconstruction. And so, for example, Cardinal Cushing, which is a local out-of-district school, last year reconstructed their program and actually raised tuition by about $40,000 in a single year. And so, program reconstructions are one driving factor. The move from a child who is currently in a day program to a residential program, in some cases, can double the cost of a placement. But if it is what the child needs and is appropriate to their journey, then that is what happens. We may have a student who is currently in a collaborative placement. So because we are a member district, we got member tuition at a very relatively affordable rate, but whose needs might not be served in that program, might be going to one of the other private schools like a Higashi that is significantly more expensive and further away. So transportation would factor in. In terms of program reconstructions, as Aisha mentioned, previously, when schools charged tuition, certain services like nursing physical therapy and so on would be baked into the tuition. Some schools, as part of their program reconstruction, have pulled out those services as a separate sort of a la carte expense that is adding to it. So all of those factors, even though, again, that number is lower, all of those factors contribute to the rising costs.
I see Dr. Penarice has her hand raised.
Okay.
Do you want to?
So Chris, I'll just finish up the last piece and then can let you chime in. So the other part of your question was around
The state.
Oh, state.
the state. So know that both the Mass Association of School Superintendents and the Mass Association of School Committees have been advocating and lobbying Governor Healy. So this is a statewide problem. If any of you look at that AI newspaper, Social News, every headline about every other district, they're all grappling with the same piece. So the state funding structure is fundamentally flawed. This is not something that districts can solve on their own. So I do think that the message is starting to be received. I'm not sure that things will progress enough for next year.
Thank you.
Dr. Penarice, did you want to add something?
Yeah, there are a couple of things that we are doing to try to bring more revenue in on the special education side. There's a process called Extraordinary Relief Circuit Breaker, and it comes out right around now, and you have to file it by the end of the March. And what that process is they take a look at your costs for out-of-district tuition services as well as transportation. And if the costs are 125% more than in the current fiscal year that we intended to spend, then the state uses a process to help us out, kind of dig out. And so we're in the process now of trying to calculate all of that. So all of the students that we didn't anticipate that are going out of district or that perhaps need a one-to-one para, perhaps needed a one-to-one nurse, or transportation costs went significantly higher, we can kind of account for that in this process, and they will give us probably not so much as the 75% that we normally get for the regular circuit breaker, but they'll give us something back. So this is a process that we have never done. I don't believe in Hingham before. We're going to try to do it this year. The other piece that we can look at too is in the past year, last year, the reimbursement rate for the transportation was at around 67, and that lowered it from the 75% reimbursement that we were seeing the previous year. There is a bill on the floor now that's going to guarantee 75% for the tuitions as well as the transportation as a mandate. So we're looking forward to that as well, and hopefully that will come through. But as our superintendent pointed out, I just grabbed a couple of the figures for the increases in some of the day schools. If we were to look at the Cotting School alone, they went from $119,500 to $158,665. So the state gave them permission to reconstruct their program at a very high significant cost. That comes out usually like in the year in the spring, and it kind of does, even though it takes place the following fiscal year, it does adjust your budgets. The other piece that you have to take a look at too is that when a lot of the out-of-district schools now are saying that your students need one-to-one paras. And so the one-to-one paras we have to put through and get approved by the Department of Education because it's over the amount of the tuition that we would normally spend. We just received information back where they refused the extra cost, which means we won't be getting, it's not approved, so we won't be getting any reimbursement for that, which means we can't claim it on circuit breaker. So there's a lot of ins and outs and a lot of things that change, and there's a lot of moving parts to how much money we get back, but we do try to get as much money back as we can and trying different things to support the budget.
Thank you, Kristen. We appreciate your diligence. So she's been a terrific addition to the team. And just to reiterate, advocacy at the state level is something that we're all engaging in. So.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Bill?
No question at this time. Thank you.
Okay, great. I think, Brian, you had your hand up. Did you want to? Okay. And her mic's on. Here we go. Here we go.
Feel free to applaud. Well, first, thanks for all, this has been a great presentation. The detail is helpful, and I know we've asked a lot of questions, and I appreciate your, providing this information up front. Second, I appreciate that you're going to give us time on the 12th to ask more questions, because I can already feel the need to digest more of this to ask more questions. But I guess one, and again, whether it's more appropriate for now or later, but getting a better understanding of, I know, there's been different things you've said that have touched on it, but the increase from 6 to 7, that's a pretty big jump. It's in a bunch of different categories, but when I look at where we are now and, a year out the next year, projecting the 2.07, 2.08, that just, it's a big jump. So I would love more context around that, I guess, that would help. And then the second is, when you talk about, I know the encumbrances are anticipated expenses. How do you feel you're going to have better information? And I know you'll have some better information, but how do you feel, what kind of position will you be in by mid-April?
I'll just add that Aisha earlier mentioned the impact that the weather has had on placement. So as I mentioned, as part of the IEP team process, applications are put out and families go out for tours and site visits. Many of those were canceled in the storms, and so that in some cases has delayed some of those site visits that will then determine the placements. And so assuming that we have no more snowstorms and those site visits can take place, I think we'll have some firmer numbers, certainly by April 1st on.
But even I think, it's probably closer to mid-April that we'd be really looking to have a number to do something with. So.
And again, we do have a third of the year left, and our last day of school is now June 23rd. So, so we do have some runtime left.
And I would ask if you could send this slide deck out to us when you have a chance.
Oh, sure. I
didn't
thought
get
you
the
added
updated
to this.
list.
It should be in the folder. What's that?
No, I know where it is, but this whole deck I don't have this one. I guess maybe if somebody else, if you have this one that's highlighted with the 500,000.
All the numbers.
Okay, all right.
The version,
Okay,
there's,
thank you.
the slide
Aisha
is
was supposed
changed.
to add everyone to the folder, and she
Yes,
will do that
I'll
tomorrow.
do that.
No worries.
Thank you.
When you have a chance, I'm just saying mine's a little different. Brian?
Okay. All right, I need to follow up on just the same issue because, and the reason I felt a little bit of urgency, I got all excited when I saw the number previously, is that it's this, that we at AgCom or ACES, we need to address Article K, which is the eventual transfer that will be made at the end of the school year for whatever excess costs exist, just as we did last year.
We
Didn't do
didn't.
it
We
last-
didn't last year.
No, we didn't.
We did not. No.
We had an estimate.
No.
We,
Well,
No.
no, not for as an article.
not for an article, no, but we did have an estimate in '25. It was paid at the allocation that came on the floor of town meeting. But we were working with a number of like $1.2 million.
Right.
Yeah.
No, that was what.
No, it was.
The budgeted number for '25 was 1.2, but then given the article that happened on the floor of town meeting, then the school absorbed that within their own budget.
So the point I'm making, irrespective of whether it was paid at town meeting or otherwise, we had an estimate of 1.2, got paid at town meeting. And we're really trying to do the same thing so that we can write Article K and have it ready to go on a timely basis. The other issue here is in your budget, to balance your budget, you're carrying a $2.1 million presumed contribution from the town budget. But I see in front of me, and this changed since last night, but I think it was about 240,000 last night. It's gone up to about whatever that says. My eyes were better than they are. But obviously, to say $738,000 or whatever that, God, wish I knew what that said.
7:30, you're right.
You would have a funding gap in the budget. The budget's not balanced until we can come up with a number that we can both put into the budget and then propose as part of that Article K. So from a processing point of view of the budget and of Article K, we really need the best estimation of what the excess costs are going to be for fiscal '26 and for fiscal '27.
I think
So if we could get that as soon as possible.
I think your question is similar to Carol's in a way, and that
Yes.
you know, mid-April, you know, we will take advantage of every day you can give us, because we will have, the further out we are, the more accurate the numbers will be. So
I think as somebody mentioned before, I definitely wasn't the first to say that one, that this is our snow and ice budget. And there may be more snow coming, there may not be, right? We just don't know.
But we also,
Right.
I guess, not to get all down a rabbit hole, which I can do myself, but we need to address the '27 budget and we need to address the figure for '26.
Right.
So just to complete the work that needs to be done.
Right,
So-
and I think I guess in terms of that, we'll be happy to provide you more information, Mr. Stack. Just let us know what you need, because I think we've tried in terms of everything that you've asked for and provided it. So just let us know, and we'll give you exactly what you need so you can answer your questions.
And could I ask one more
Mhm.
question, going back to the contract services?
Mhm.
I guess my question would be, that number has grown awfully fast since, it's grown about 150% since 2024. And it's grown to such a size that it accounts for most of the excess out of district put back to the town, were it not there. It's also about 10% of the gross in-district spending. So it's grown to be a significant number. And I guess the question is, why has it grown so fast? And how big might that get?
So I guess going back to our continuum of services, if we are attempting to keep students in the less restrictive environment, we, through the team process of the IEP, might suggest additional specialized services. I highlighted specifically the ABA line because that has been a lever that the district has really been working on earnestly in order to serve students with those behavioral needs in districts through contracting behavior techs and contracting additional BCBA support. So though that has increased, if we can serve students in that least restrictive environment, which is best for student, that is also a more economical approach than a student going out of district and paying for the transportation. And so that is one area in particular across the Commonwealth that has been a common theme. We have been interviewing, as you know, principal candidates, and several principals in their interview process brought up some of the behaviors that are being seen. So,
Thank you.
thank you.
Do you want to, did Dr. Pennerise want to answer that question?
Yeah, I just wanted to add to what our superintendent said. Specialized services are also when we have external evaluations. So we conduct our own evaluations. However, if a family is not satisfied with the evaluations, there is a legal process called independent evaluations. And those evaluations run probably around $2,700 to $3,000. Now, if it's a neuropsychological evaluations, it's going to run about $6,000. So we do have a lot of outside external contracted services for the evaluations. We do not do our own transition services. So all of our students that are in the high school have to have a transition assessment. We do not have an assistive technology person to do an AT evaluation or the consult pieces as yet. There's lots of different types of unique evaluations that take place because special education is a dynamic process and we just never really know what's going to be coming up the pike. But I can probably give you a good amount of money of how much extra we pay for speech and language, how much we pay for assistive technology, transition, neuropsychologicals, and independent evaluations. It's a lot. So along with the trying to keep kids in districts, we do have some other types of contracted services that we have to pay for our students that we just don't have the personnel or the capacity to do in Hingham.
Other questions or comments from AdCom members? Go ahead, Mary. Oh, unmute.
Sorry. Thank you. Just maybe a follow-up as we're doing this work, and thank you again for all this great information. And I hope I'm going to explain what I'm going to say well. It's not formed completely in my head. So on the slide that is showing the specialized services at the very end, there's a line, I think it's, okay, so that one. I'm just noticing, and I was not on the committee when the MOU was put together, but it looks to me as if the concept was above 2%, that we would allow 2% growth per year in these budget categories, and then anything over a 2% increase for that year would be what everybody's calling this put back to the town. As I'm looking at a line, and I'm looking at the one called 24 budget for specialized services, it's $694,015 in every year going across the chart.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not something that I think we can or should solve tonight, but I might just ask you to take a second look at that, because intuitively, I would think that the baseline would go up by 2% every year.
That's the second
And-
line, 2% rate of increase, the second line.
But I guess it should be building, then the 26 should build off 25, 27 should build off 26. Is that what's happening? Because it looks like it's building off 24.
Right, so yeah, so,
I can send you
Right.
an Excel that's showing what she says, and then you can take a look at it and see if it makes sense.
And again, I'm happy to kind of do that offline. I guess the other thing that I would just say is, as somebody who is a citizen sitting in, one of the public forums when the MOU was put together and things, I recall when this came up, there was some history of special ed and out-of-district tuitions, and this concept that the reserve fund might get leaned into. And I kind of went back into some of the documents that were shared back before the override was put together. And there were references to this putback, as we're calling it, probably being in the neighborhood of no more than about $500,000 in a year. So we as a town are now facing, for 27, a putback that is 4 times that amount. And certainly I would imagine that the citizens of Hingham would want to really understand what that is, because it is not just higher than kind of what was talked about. It's also, for 27, it's 10 times greater than what we're showing for 26. So kind of as others have said, understanding what that shift is it the number of children? Is it the intensity of services? Is it both? I heard you mention that the enrollment in the in-district specialized programs has been stable. So I'm just trying to kind of put all those things together to get comfortable with this, because again, this is funding that comes, because it comes from the reserve fund, it comes out of the excess unassigned fund balance. And, where we started this meeting 4 hours ago were a lot of extraordinary capital needs, and that excess unassigned fund balance pool, we as a town are relying on that in a lot of different ways. So we really we all together have to be really buttoned up on what we're asking, what that means, and how quickly we might be utilizing it, because, to your point, the economic uncertainty in the world today might say that, having a little extra cash on hand in these uncertain times might be a good thing. So anyway, thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Great point. Thank you, Mary. Sure.
I just want to, a lot of numbers go past us, and at 10 o'clock at night, you can transpose things and mix your metaphors. But the point that I was making was, with respect to 26, we had been carrying a $1.3 million figure for excess out-of-district costs, and now it's looking something like half that. And that needs to be processed. The ultimate number where we're going to land has to be processed for Article K on a timely basis, so we get the money for you. And just by extension, the 2.1 for the new budget, the fiscal 27, we just have to make sense of that, particularly in view of the trends that are going on in 26. So I didn't want to leave people confused about what the heck I was talking about. I was actually transposing a couple of numbers, but that essentially is what I was trying to say. I'll do better in the morning.
Other questions or comments?
I have a comment. In this discussion about money and budgeting, I just want to remind everyone here, and this should be a part of the discussion, that for almost 400 years, Massachusetts has provided for public education to all of its students. The Massachusetts Constitution, in Part 2, Chapter 5, Section 2, states that all of the students need to be educated. School committees are mandated by law to provide and pay for the needs of its special education students under General Laws 71B, Section 5. The SJCs affirm that. This should be a part of the discussion. Maybe we don't know how much this is going to cost, but we have to pay it. It's going to be paid. That just needs to be, it needs to be told to everyone in Hingham, everyone in the Commonwealth. It's not really something we can bargain away or it's not discretionary. It has to be paid. I would say the best route, if you want to help Hingham, is to really rely on more state aid. The Supreme Judicial Court here in 1993 said that, oh, hey, there's vast disparity between towns or whether or not they're fulfilling their constitutional obligation to educate the kids, to educate the students. That's still good law. The state needs to help us when we're hurting. So just random 10 p.m. comments from John Mooney, but I understand the concerns, and it's kind of like it's really expensive, and we don't really know how much it's going to be, but it must be paid. The kids have to be educated. It's mandated. We'll face. I mean, it's the right thing to do, but it's also mandated by the Constitution, state law, general laws. The SJC's upheld it. I mean, just that needs to be thought of when we're debating all this stuff.
Yes, thank you. And I know it's quite late and people are tired, myself included, so I appreciate everyone's patience. I think we absolutely have a shared common goal to educate all of our students, and it's just what's the right path to get there. And certainly advocacy and asking the state for more help is part of that puzzle, but there's more work to do, certainly on the due diligence. I know this conversation will continue. Are there any other burning questions right here? I know I am gonna call on Diane. Is anyone from AdCom? Okay, Diane DiNapoli, thank you for your patience and hanging in with us. Just state your name and address just as a reminder.
Diane DiNapoli, 16 Gardner. Wow, you guys keep very late hours. I don't know how you do this every night almost. I just had a couple of questions. Maybe it's a little bit of a unique perspective, but my own child has been out of district, in district, and now will be going back out of district. So this is a subject that obviously I know too much about from at least a parent perspective. And I hear a lot about the process as it should work, but I think it's important to think about if a child's going out of district, it is almost like a divorce from the school district. It is not ideal, and it's not usually what a parent really wants or should have to do. So I think you have to, while we're looking at all these numbers and huge amount of money behind it, really keep in mind, ideally, the child should be educated in Hingham if at all feasible. And that was one reason I had concern about when I heard the MOU was going to be put in place, that certain out-of-district costs over a certain amount might be removed from the school budget, because I tend to think when you're not being held accountable for the money, it can be easy to not focus on the programming and the supports that may be necessary to build programs to keep some of our students in district. So I certainly know that wasn't the intent of the MOU. It was to ensure that students had money to go out of district. But when I see the progress in programming that we have had for 10 years, I wonder if we may have had more, if we would be working faster towards creating programs, if that was still on the school budget line. And I guess two quick questions is, there's this watch list if the district believes a child may be going out of district. I'm curious when that information is ever shared with the parent. And then the second question is, what is the track rate when you have a list of students who may be going out? Are these interventions successful? Do you feel that students are actually staying in district for periods of time when they receive these services? Or is this more to delay inevitability that the child does go out of district? I know that's kind of a few questions. That just while we were on this subject, I thought it was important maybe to marinate for the next discussion on it.
Elizabeth.
Thank you, Diane. Katie, do you want to take a stab at that?
Diane, thank you for your question. There's just one point that I would like to address, and that is the MOU carved out both out of district tuitions, but also those specialized services for the express purpose of allowing us to best serve students in district. And as you can see from the chart, that is actually where we've made significant investments. That is the reason those specialized services are higher, because we have made those investments in specialized services for additional staff, such as contracted behavior techs, contracted BCBAs, et cetera. And so I think we're in a complete alignment, Diane, and Dr. Panarisi would share the same. Those specialized services are how we better serve students in district in our programs. And again, there will always be children who need to be served out of district based on their needs, but it is very much the work of the district to continue to grow and strengthen programs. But it is challenging to add staff within the confines of that 3.5%, which is why this MOU was so incredibly important to allow us to keep moving the work of the district forward while still honoring those constraints for the other costs that we have. But these were not in any way discretionary costs.
But Katie, are parents ever notified that their child, I'm sorry, Mrs. Roberts, sorry, are they ever notified that your child is on a list? Because I think some parents would find that surprising.
Diane, I'll just add to that when Aisha is referring to that, so during the team process, if there is any conversation at all of a potential placement, that's the kind of data that is gathered to help the team budget, but it's an imperfect process. And so again, it's coming from the team, not the team is the only one, to stress again, that makes decisions for the placement of a child and what services are needed. It is certainly not the business director's job to make those predictions. She is simply predicting in the other direction of when those needs are started to be discussed in the IEP process. It's Aisha's job to then translate that into the budget. So we do have the budget to make sure that we're meeting those needs. So.
Right. No, I understand that. But at what point are parents notified that your child might be on a list to go out of district? Because sometimes that language is very surprising to parents during meetings.
I think that was a poor choice of words, and we will do better at how that is phrased in future. So Aisha was approaching that from her financial director lens, not from the lens of an educator. But so in the same way that we make budget projections for other areas, we need to make our best guess at budgets. And so again, but the information, to be clear, is flowing from the team process. In no way is it flowing in the other direction. So only the team has decision-making authority over services and placements for children. And so we will do better in terms of using a different phrase for that.
Great, thank you.
I just want to add to that too, Diane, that the watch list isn't just for children going out of districts. It's for students that may need a one-to-one para, students that may need a one-to-one nurse, students that may be going from a day placement to a residential placement. And that's done through the progress monitoring through the IEP process, as Katie pointed out. So while we have a watch list, means that, you know what, we are progress monitoring, we're collecting data, we're doing additional evaluations because we have a child that right now in the team's view is at risk, and we need to go deeper with some data, try some different strategies, do some supports, and then we're going to reconvene as a team. So it's not just for the kids that are in district that may go out of district. It's for program transition. It's for additional supports. It could be for additional testings. It could be for a multitude of things that are not in our budget that cost money to continue to progress monitor and gather more data.
Excellent, thank you. I feel like we're going down a very detailed path here. So Diane, if you don't mind, I'll ask you to follow up with Katie Roberts offline. Jen Benham, did you want to add something?
I was just going to say that, Diane, the school committee will discuss the budget again on March 9th, and that we will accept questions and comments at that time as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Insightful as always. Appreciate it. Other questions or comments? Okay. All right, I'm going to move really quickly through the rest of the agenda. Appointments? Nope, because it's going to take 2 minutes. Appointments, we don't have any this evening. Public comment, are there any comments from the public on items not on the agenda? Seeing none. Town administrator, select board reports. Katie? Art?
None.
Tom?
I have 16 things I'd like to talk
Great.
about.
Julie?
Nope.
And nothing to report. Thank you. Oh, sorry, Bill?
None, no.
Excellent. Thank you for everyone's patience, persistence here. Really great discussion. And I know we are, again, all working towards a common goal and want what's best for our community. So really appreciate all the hard work. School committee, do you want to adjourn?
I will make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Those in favor?
Aye.
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 Excellent.
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Carrie? Aye. Ally?
Aye.
Michelle?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well.
Excellent. AdCom?
Well, we're actually supposed to
Oh my God.
There are not enough cookies.
Can you just double check for me? I do not believe Jerry is on. Yeah, okay, so voice vote. Aye.
Okay, and with that, I'll take a motion to adjourn.
I'll make a motion to adjourn the select board.
Second.
Roll call vote, Julie?
Aye.
Bill?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. We are adjourned at 10:23. Thank you, everybody.
We recognize that taking time to visit, call, or email our town departments to report issues in Hingham doesn't always fit your schedule. Are you looking for an easier way to communicate with the town? Well, now there's an easier way. With the My Hingham mobile app, you can submit service requests or gain information with just a few taps of your phone. To get started, simply download the My Hingham app from the Apple App Store or Google Play, or simply scan our QR code to get the access to the app that's best for your phone. Once you've opened the app, select the Submit a Service Request button. From there, you can choose the type of request you want to submit, whether it's a pothole, a fallen tree, or something else. You'll then be prompted to take a photo of the issue and provide a brief description. You can also use the app to track the status of your issue and receive updates. Using My Hingham puts immediate access to town resources in the palm of your hand, including calendars of meetings and events, agendas for upcoming meetings, building permit filing options, online bill payment options, information about our boards, committees, departments, and services. So why wait? Download the My Hingham app today and report issues and get information on town government with ease.